Hello, welcome to the City Council's June 28th special City Council meeting. This is a teleconference meeting with City Council, city staff, and members of the public participating remotely to ensure proper social distancing in this federal, state, and local emergency. Hello, my name is Drew Combs. I'm Mayor of Menlo Park for 2021. I would like to introduce staff and City Council members present. Vice Mayor Betsy Nash, Council members Ray Mueller, Cecilia Taylor, and Jen Willison. Staff present include City Manager Starla Jerome Robinson, Assistant City Attorney Tamar Burke, and City Clerk Judy Heron. So with that, we'll move on to regular business. Under regular business, the City Council considers recommendations from city staff on policy matters or administrative actions that require City Council approval. The first item under regular business is C1, approve resolutions adopting the fiscal year 2021-22 budget and capital improvement plan and appropriating funds, establishing the appropriations limit for fiscal year 21-22, establishing a consecutive temporary tax percentage reduction in the utility users tax rates through September 30th, 2022, establishing the salary schedule effective June 20th, 2021, and establishing citywide salary schedule effective July 4th, 2021. This item has been continued from our June 22nd meeting. Here to reintroduce the item is Assistant Administrative Services Director Dan Jacobson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. I did not plan to show the presentation, though I do have it available at the City Council's desire, but happy to answer any questions. So I will take your direction on whether you would like to see the presentation again or just answer questions.
Yeah, I think we could probably, I don't know, where is the City Council at with a sort of second quick run through of the presentation, or do you want him to sort of, are there some slides that you would prefer Mr. Jacobson projects or shares as we get into this discussion? Yeah, Councilmember Willison.
Yeah, I think the most important thing is attachment D. So other than that, I think that's where the bulk of our conversation will be.
Okay, sounds good to me. So maybe can you bring up attachment D, Mr. Jacobson?
Yes, give me just a second. I will pull that up.
Yeah, of course.
Are you able to see my screen at this point?
Yeah, I can see it. So was there I'm just trying to bring it up on my own. Did Councilmember Taylor?
Thank you, Mayor Combs, and I appreciate everyone for scheduling this today because I wasn't here last Tuesday. And so I took some notes from Councilmember Willison, Vice Mayor Nash, and Councilmember Mueller on this list. And so if you don't mind, I could kind of start off where the council left off last Tuesday. And that is Councilmember Willison brought up the ERAF funds and having the option of having it added to the reserves, I believe was what you stated, Councilmember Willison. So I just wanted to say that I'm supportive of that.
Was it just so I can understand, and maybe it is is it just the idea that the RAF funds would be considered like regular revenue, right? And we would fully right? And Councilmember Wilson, was your proposal to fully or just half? No, it was fully at the entirety to the okay. And you said that you were supportive of that, Councilmember Taylor, correct?
Yes.
And
Yes.
and just so if I'm remembering from, I know Councilmember Mueller expressed some concerns, but Vice Mayor Nash, where were you at on that? Were you supportive of it? Okay. So cool. We're good on that one. Okay. Well, let me. I will just here's that. So I will go to Councilmember Mueller just because I did evoke his name, and so I want to give him an opportunity to respond. Because after this ERAF, it looks as though there are 3 votes for adding that as fully as revenue, and so we'll move on from that. And so I want to give Councilmember Mueller that opportunity to speak on it.
Thanks. Yeah, just to reiterate what I indicated that night, it's not so much concern as my hope was if we did do that, that some of that money could be taken toward and put toward an EIR to study the downtown specifically, an EIR looking at converting looking at the impact of making permanent the street closures along Santa Cruz Avenue.
Okay, yeah, thanks. And I am remembering you did express that last meeting, Councilmember Mueller, that it wasn't your preference that we at the money, but if we're going to add the money, then you had something in mind of which of which it could be used for. Okay, so I think we're set on ERAF. I also share not stepping away from the proposal about an ERR surrounding downtown. I share the concern about sort of fully adding it to the revenue, mostly because we haven't done it that way before. But again, that concern is not like some major concern. And so okay. So back to you, Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. I was wondering if there is any support that some of these funds be earmarked specifically around education, just looking at how Safe Routes to School is funded, how things around education and safety are funded. So if there is a possibility that could be a part of the discussion in the future about ERAF.
Yeah, totally. I think that's fair to sort of look at sort of that ERAF total against some of our sort of education related expenditures.
Thank you. The next item, and I took quick notes, and that was the holiday lights or celebration. There was, I think, I don't know how long the discussion was on that, but I'm definitely supportive of it being more of a broader brush of celebrations as opposed to tied to just one day.
Yeah, while we're on that, and so my thing, I know, I think it maybe was Vice Mayor Nash or Councilmember Willison. I'm supportive of the idea of sort of looking beyond some of the traditional sort of holidays that we have historically recognized with community programming. I would say that I would like to see that. I mean, my support would be that I would like to see, and I'm not opposed to that. I'm totally fine and supportive of that. I would like to see for this year that we continue with the tree lighting tradition as an additive to looking, only because I think if it is the case that, like, as we get into winter and you know there isn't some new scary variant, and I do think that tree lighting can provide really some semblance of normalcy that the kid, as far as community events that we've missed for a while. And so I would like to see, again, that the role that the city has played in that continue for this year. And then after that, I am open, to this idea of the city getting out of funding the Christmas tree lights if there is some other entity that maybe there. I don't want to sort of risk that this time, because again, like I think that the ceremony or the event could have a lot of value. Again, if it can even be had, which is not a certain thing. But that's my take on it. And again, like I said, I'm certainly not opposed, and I am not just not opposed, but supportive of this idea of starting from now, looking at other things that we can celebrate. And again, like next year, looking at again if there is some other mechanism for funding or looking at sort of the tree lighting tradition. So that's my thoughts on that. Vice Mayor Nash.
So just my thoughts on it. I agree that with what you're saying, that it's would present some normalcy this year. I think generally my concern is both that we branch out and make sure that it's an inclusive holiday, and not just the holiday lights, but also beyond that for other holidays. And I also would just like to look at our budget and make sure that we're keeping tabs on it as the year progresses. One of my concerns is $90,000 for this is to me a huge chunk of money, which is beneficial. And I do appreciate what you're saying about this year. But it just, is this the best use of our funds?
Okay. Councilmember Mueller.
I also support keeping it this year. But I'm not opposed to adding other celebrations or events at the same time during the holiday season. So, but I do put in perspective the cost of the lights to like what communities pay for fireworks on the 4th of July, which is a lot more than $90,000. Community celebrations of holidays, seasons or events, they come with the cost because they impact a lot of people. In this circumstance, lights aren't just for that one event, but they impact, the entire community. You can see that in the downtown for that entire holiday season. I would argue, communities that do fireworks, like that's, for an hour, maybe costs a lot more. So you look at these things on scale. But the other thing I'd point out is that all of our neighbors have holiday trees at different scales, but they all have them. It's not something that's unique to Menlo Park. It's pretty much matter of course throughout San Mateo County and Santa Clara County. I think it's great that we look at adding more to that tradition. And so, but I know people of all different faiths who enjoy the holiday lights. They see them as holiday lights that they bring their kids to. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Mueller. Councilmember Willison.
Yeah, I have a question for staff about the $90,000 and how much of it goes to lights versus, can you just explain what the money's for? Because is it Christmas caroling and Santa and things like that at this event? Maybe that's a question for Mr. Reinhardt.
I think Mr. Gaia came on, so she's she's it.
Thank you, Councilmember Willison, for the question. So this budget is specific to the lighting for those events. So in the service level enhancement transmittal as part of the budget document, there's a description on exactly where the lighting would be proposed, but this budget essentially would restore the lighting installed to the level that we were doing in 2019. And so that's not the maximum that the city ever undertook, but it is scaled up from what we did last year, which was just the tree at Fremont Park. So the areas included with lighting would be continuing the tree at Fremont Park, restoring the lighting at the El Camino Real Ravenswood Avenue tree, and then also adding in trees at the Onetta Harris Center, which this year we understand will be under construction. And so we'll be looking for alternative sites in the Bellhaven neighborhood to light instead.
So then, because we do a big event for Christmas or for winter holidays, and we put funding in for that too.
So I think the event budget has traditionally been, as you initially indicated, in the Library and Community Services Department. So I think, yeah, if Mr. Reinhardt or others are available to answer kind of what is planned for the year ahead, that this was just for the lighting element.
Okay, yeah, I don't know if that's necessary now. I think I believe that light is beautiful and that in dark days it's nice to have light. I also, when we think about kind of coming out of COVID and what kind of recovery we want, a word that I hear a lot is like an equitable recovery, and having an opportunity to kind of take a step back and really look at inclusivity. And so this was something that always kind of struck me as being someone that doesn't celebrate Christmas, is how do we really make all members of Menlo Park feel welcome? I think light is wonderful. I do want to take a broad look at our community events and how we are recognizing holidays. So from I do think that I'd like Parks and Rec to just discuss the topic of celebrations in Menlo Park in a broad level. For this year, I agree, let's keep lights for the holidays. That being said, the budget does seem really, really high to me. And I know that the lights are like heavily lit. And if we do like a smaller budget, can we still have a lit tree, but just not, it's just the price tag is so high. And I'm just wondering, like, do we have to spend it all, or can they do like fewer strings of light and have it be less money? It just seems like a lot of money. So are there any cost saving measures that would still bring holiday good feelings and light without spending $90,000? I guess Ms. Nagaya.
Yeah, I think I apologize. I don't have that information tonight. I think we could certainly look into it. The contractor that we work with is a local resident, and he has, done a very good job of very intensely lighting a number of very large trees. And so I think it's something that we could talk to them about and see what the options are. But I can't tell you exactly what we'd be able to do without kind of going back and working with them.
I appreciate that. And I mean, I agree that the lighting is significant and intensively beautifully done. I'm just wondering, like, what would we get for $50,000? Can we still get lit Christmas or holiday trees or whatever you want to call it? Just maybe not as bright. So it's just a lot of money. So I'm comfortable approving this budget now, I guess. I have a little bit of a hard time, but I don't want to arbitrarily set a lower number and then not have it, unless my colleagues are with me on this. So if we can get a cost savings and a little bit less, I would prefer that, but I'm not going to stand in the way. But I do want some assurances, or my intention is to refer this to Parks and Rec and really have, by next season, as Mayor Combs referenced, a real talk about how we're allocating money and doing this.
Yeah, if I can, I saw the city manager come on, and I'll go. I think part of that discussion, Councilmember Willison, about sort of cutting costs, it becomes the issue of like cutting trees, like, right? And so like we made the decision last year not to do the Ravenswood El Camino, and that saved money, right? And so, but we did do, if I remember correctly, someone certainly correct me if I'm wrong, we did end up doing a tree in Bellhaven, and that last year, and that based on a concern about equity, right? That there should be a tree lit on that in that side of town. And so again, we can do that, like, we can say, hey, we just want to do one tree, like, right? And that certainly, I think, brings that cost down from 90,000. But I think it's probably because, they have to get the lift out there and all this other stuff. And I think that the cost savings won't come in sort of stringing less lights on one tree, because I think that there are certain, just sunk costs. But I do think it comes in making a decision whether you want 3 trees or 4 trees, or whether you want some lesser number. But I'll let the city manager chime in, and then I'll go to the vice mayor if she still wants to comment.
Well, I was on a slightly different tack. I just wanted to confirm, Councilmember Wallison, you're thinking of referring the celebratory revamp to Parks and Rec Commission, right? Not the department. Okay, all right. Just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Okay, Vice Mayor Nash.
Thank you. I agree that it would be nice to do a review of what we're spending the money on, and if there is any way to just evaluate the costs and make a decision. And I think the idea to put it to Parks and Rec is a good one and get the community input. But I also understand that we don't have the information right now and that we do want to get the budget passed.
Okay, so not to belabor this, I apologize, but so my take was that we would take reimagining maybe celebratory events to Parks and Rec, but not the cost of the tree lighting. Am I correct or am I incorrect?
Yeah, I think that's that's correct. I think Councilmember Wilson does want to see like the possibility of some cheaper options, but that doesn't involve the Parks and Rec Commission, right? That just involves staff sort of coming back to council.
All right, thank you.
And that would be kind of like in the vein of like value engineering. Like, is there a way to value engineer tree lighting? And I don't know, I mean, it's wonderful that we have a local resident doing it, but I don't know, is that like a RFP that goes out? Like, I just don't know when the last time someone's like looked at it, but I know you had a discussion last year before I was on council, and the decision to make it more economical is to just do fewer trees. But I don't know if you guys talked about doing less bright trees, but I'll leave it up to staff. If they feel like there's an opportunity then, and you want to bring it back, then that's fine. But I'm fine for this year.
And I think, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, I think that this budget doesn't even actually include the electricity bill. so that's something separate. Okay, totally fair. I want to go back to Councilmember Taylor, and she was gonna, I thought she was very efficiently walking us through the items of some note, but I did, and I got thrown off a little bit and not actually having a full a full staff presentation. I did want to go to public comment now, just so we can have that public comment, and then we can come back to Councilmember Taylor and she can walk us through additional items. So City Clerk Karen, can you call for public comment on this item?
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, we invite any member of the public who wishes to speak on item C1, approve resolutions adopting the fiscal year 2021-22 budget and capital improvement plan and appropriating funds, establishing the appropriation limits for fiscal year 2021-22, establishing a consecutive temporary tax percentage reduction in the user utilities tax rate through September 30th, 2022, establishing the salary schedule effective June 20th, 2021, and establishing the citywide salary schedule effective July 4, 2021. To engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen, if you're calling in from a landline or cell phone, you may press *9 now. And our first speaker will be Victoria Robledo.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, good evening, council members. I might be going off topic a little bit, but real fast with the budget, I didn't see any cost there as to what these items actually were costing. And I do agree 90,000 is an extremely high amount to pay for lights. The other thing is, I didn't see anything that would include hiring maybe some staff to do outreach, which is something we've been requesting for a long time, specifically in areas like Belhaven. Then I'd like to move into, as I'm on the Housing Element Committee, so I'm not speaking on behalf of them. This is my own personal. We had a meeting that was scheduled last Friday and was canceled. And my concern is, again, the lack of transparency as to why that meeting was canceled, because I was not told. I just saw that it was canceled. And that's one of the things we keep wanting, is the transparency piece, which consistently is not there. The other item I had was the survey that I received for the traffic in Belhaven. I received that survey on no late, it was either Wednesday or Thursday, and it was due on Friday, which was really crazy. And the envelope didn't have a stamp on it. So you're not going to get people to put a stamp on it because they may not have the stamp. And as I said, the Housing Element Committee meeting is scheduled for a webinar, which I'm not sure. I feel like the cart before the horse type thing, because we should have had these before we even had the actual committee formed, because existing conditions, the housing element requirements, housing element schedules, all should have been in the beginning as this committee was being formed, not after you hired consultants to do everything beforehand and then get us to give inputs, because we're pretty lost and confused as to a lot of things that are taking place. And that is consistently happening. And, you know, again, I think we should have had a lot of things in place with the committee, and then together with the consultants, we tackled it. The other thing is just the consistency of lack of transparency, and people are stating a lot of things, are questioning a lot of things, are venting a lot of things, but I'm not seeing follow-up to a lot of those questions and answers and venting. And I think, you know, we just have to be a little bit more consistently transparent. And I think that's something we're not doing still. Another thing is off track a little bit. I was at Onetta Harris when they were giving things out to the community. I really, really hope we stick to keeping that name and preserving some of the things that are part of Onetta Harris and the history of Belhaven and that community center, which is critical to the community. And I wish that we'd have some type of ordinance to stop cutting down all these heritage trees, because they're also a part of the history of Menlo Park. And we keep cutting them down like they're not a big deal. And these are 75-year-old trees that are a big deal. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your comment. Our next public speaker will be in Alarvia.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Good to see everyone. I did want to comment on the lighting of the Christmas tree. If it's a Christmas tree, if it's Christmas lights, it's not inclusive. I would like to know what the council's understanding or what their definition of like equity is, and what does that mean to them, so the community can understand the steps taken for equitous actions. I did look over some of the budget, and it's promising, you know, something about racial equity, but what does racial equity mean if it's one human race? So what kind of equity are we talking, and what steps are we taking? And why can't we start during this holiday season? Like, this has been a hallmark year of actions, and why not lean in and make everyone feel included this holiday season? It's going to be a very tough time for people, and for large pockets of people to feel like they're still not included, you know, after such a tough year, will be kind of heartbreaking. And for $90,000 to be spent on lights that you're not included in, it's just simply not fair, especially as we're looking at looming evictions. You know, $90,000 price tag could save a lot of people from losing their homes. So the other thing I wanted to comment on that I don't necessarily feel from talking to a lot of people in our community, I don't necessarily understand or don't get the impression that the council may know how much people are suffering and struggling in Menlo Park, and that, you know, COVID and all the inequities are hitting hard. I'm not sure if the city of Menlo Park had any layoffs, but your community has had many layoffs. There's a lot of people out of work, and, you know, you see budget items that is increasing, you know, city workers' pay. And I just think we need to really take care of our city and ask our city, you know, do we want this lights this holiday season? You know, when some people don't even have food. Well, let's just, you know, kind of have a balance in between, you know, the feel good feeling and actually making people actually feel good, you know, with stability and, you know, knowing that their city cares. Thanks for listening.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Jason Alarvia.
Good evening, City Council. Thank you for your time and energy. $90,000 for lights, I think, is actually way off the Richter scale. I agree with some of the City Council members who just expressed that there needs to be a little bit better breakdown, especially when presenting that type of amount of money for that type of line item. So I think it would be a little bit more appropriate for the city official who is to present that information should have that in front of them, the breakdown of what that 90,000 will go to for that particular contract. I think the city of Menlo Park deserves to know how that money is going to be allocated for something like that. And again, I like to reiterate what some of the other residents that just expressed themselves, along with some of the city council members who said that we do need to have a more inclusive celebration of the harvest season, because that's what it really signifies. It's not about lights in a tree. It's about the fruits of our labor. And I think that along with your hard work as city council members, along with the rest of the society dealing with what we've been dealing with for the last 2 years, I think it's a little bit more appropriate to actually present more of an inclusive of all people, humans, as opposed to pinpointing so much energy into racial equity, because again, we are all one human race. So let's just talk about including all walks and people of all backgrounds and ethnic backgrounds. There's so many different people from all over this planet that live here in this small town. So I just would like to say that thank you again for your service, time, and energy, and for listening to me.
Thank you for your comment. So this will be the final call for public comment on item C1 related to the budget. And seeing no further hands raised, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
Great, thank you, City Clerk Karen. Okay, so let's, sorry to throw you off track, Councilmember Taylor. So let's get back into you walking us through the items of note from your perspective for the budget.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. And just going back to some items that Councilmember Willison actually had the longest list from you. One of them was CalPERS and your perspective on CalPERS, and then the heritage tree item, which my copy is a little larger here, and wanting to go to 4. I believe that was supported by the council already. I believe, Mayor Combs, that going from 5 maintenance for downtown to 4, I believe was supported. Don't remember.
Yeah, I remember the Public Works Director came on and seemed to indicate that that was okay to go down to 4, but and so in that sense, I think that there was I don't know if we sort of voted or actually developed a consensus, but I do remember that kind of being the last sort of thoughts expressed on that. And so I'll just have the Public Works Director come back on and sort of and we can see if I remember her comments accurately or not.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Taylor and Mayor Combs. So I think for this item, from what I can recall, Councilmember Wollaston and Councilmember Nash, Vice Mayor Nash, noted interest and support for proceeding with 4 positions in this category. I don't think we addressed the specifics, although I did provide some information to Councilmember Wollaston when she had inquired about that, which I think she had relayed during the last meeting. So I think in terms of what we would then do with 4 positions instead of 5, I think what we've discussed internally is that we'd likely then reduce the scale and frequency of the focus on downtown maintenance. Instead of having a dedicated team of 2 maintenance workers, we would potentially look to add 1 maintenance worker instead to our existing streets team, which has been kind of the primary group responding to the closure of the streets downtown and making sure the barricades are placed and things like that. So it would allow us more time to do maintenance downtown, but it would not be a dedicated presence for there to be maintenance workers downtown regularly, that downtown business owners may see the same faces regularly and get to know them and be able to raise issues as they come up. So it could be scaled back from that to having an additional person on one of our existing teams instead. So it's certainly something we can accommodate, whatever direction the council would like to take on that going forward. But that's the kind of difference that we'd propose.
And Ms. Nagaya, has there ever been a downtown sort of maintenance team, a team dedicated specifically and exclusively to downtown in the past?
In the past, we had a group of our parks team that was focused on downtown, maybe about 15 years ago or so. But in the more recent history, with increased demands in the parks and heavier usage of the fields in particular, we've needed to dedicate the parks time to maintaining the parks instead. So they don't have the capacity to focus on downtown.
And so then where are we, and so just going back so I can understand, so then are you saying the one person who you would add to the sort of the streets team, would that person be sort of like assigned to downtown? And so like and so you would have one person like that whose responsibility was downtown, or not, or would that adding that person to the street team just sort of allow that team to rotate to downtown more often than they do now?
The latter, so that team could then rotate to downtown more often. We don't necessarily recommend assigning a single solo person to any one task like that from a safety perspective. So we don't want to necessarily have a person out working totally alone on a period of time, like all day like that, as well as most of the tasks that they'd be doing, things like hanging flags along the Santa Cruz Avenue corridor, making sure that things are painted and clean, and putting things up, checking streetlights, that sort of thing, require like a ladder, a spotter, making sure that they're being safe and following safe working practices. So we like to deploy folks in teams whenever possible.
Thanks for that clarification. So I'll just chime in with my thoughts, and we can see where we're at. I'm generally inclined to defer to staff request on this. I mean, I'd like to see what it looks like having a team, dedicated exclusively to downtown. I do get, emails on occasion about sort of downtown and specifically the sidewalks and how they can be cleaned more often and things of that nature. So I'd actually like to see what that looks like, and why I'd be willing to defer to staff. And just going back to my general approach to things, it's like, where are things where you do things, the city acts and the city actually sort of moves the needle. It's something you have exclusive control over and exclusive sort of ownership of the outcome. This is that sort of thing. And so if I'm looking at this in comparison to some of our global efforts, which I won't specifically name, where I do think we have an important role to play as an example and as a model, but we don't actually sort of move the needle. Okay, so those are my thoughts. That's me on my soapbox. And so let's just see where we are. I think you were going to say something, Vice Mayor Nash.
So I have a slightly different perspective, but first of all, I wanted to address, I've spoken to several businesses, both downtown and around town, who've been extremely complimentary of their interactions with Public Works and help that Public Works has provided for setting up the parklets and all. And just want to make sure that, especially the Public Works Director, Nagaya, hears that, but also others, that it's just been very, very positive. So thank you. And having said that, I would be most interested in looking at putting one person downtown right now and seeing how that enhances the efforts, realizing that that means that presumably a team would be there, but not full-time, just be there part-time. Since you like working, since teams are the desired approach. But I think that given that we've had no specific presence downtown, other than just as part of the regular maintenance and work there, that if we could just up that and then evaluate whether or not that's working well, rather than, I also am sensitive to having just an overpresence there with people's tax dollars. And so I'd be very interested in seeing how much we could do with one person, and then please come back if more was needed. Or I'm sure we'll also hear it from businesses if they feel that more would be needed.
Yeah, and just so we're clear, Vice Mayor Nash, that's sort of adding one person to the streets team and then allowing them to so it's not, you're not saying, have one person downtown, which obviously is the model that Ms. Nagaya said that they do not think is safe.
Correct, exactly. So they would have, there would be the team would rotate.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
And so I assume Councilmember Willison, that's where you still are. Yeah. And then Councilmember Taylor, you were leaning towards supporting that, and I just wanted to sort of dig in and some more. But so it's just going back to you, where are you at on this?
I appreciate that, Mayor Combs, and I am definitely supportive of having a team downtown. I think it's necessary, especially since I think recently there have been some tags hung onto, thankfully, the news racks that are going to be removed soon, I hope. But I think having some maintenance staff present downtown, one, can help distribute information about what's happening. Two, I think that downtown needs more attention, and having eyes there able to do something, at least call and get things done, I think is very important. So I'm definitely supportive of having a team there, a team of two at minimum. And I defer to staff as far as what that looks like, because I have a bunch of questions. Do we do power washing the streets? Do we, like, what does our maintenance include? And so I think more visibility for our staff there will actually pull more people downtown if they see we're actively trying to take care of the presence of the area. So I'm supportive of this.
Okay, so supportive of the staff recommendation, the staff request, or the modification of the staff request, because as that Councilmember Willison suggested.
The modification is 4 people from my understanding, or is it down to 2 now?
No, so it was only ever going to be 2 for downtown. The others go to the Heritage Tree. And so that's the total was going to be 5. And then Councilmember Willison said 4. And so, but then that meant that like there wouldn't be a team downtown. There would be a team that would, could rotate, or downtown would be more frequently on their rotation. But having a, dedicated presence there, the same presence would be going with the staff recommendation of 5 people for Heritage Tree in downtown.
Give me a minute to think about it, because that wasn't what I was thinking of. So just give me a couple minutes.
All right, totally fair. And just so, I mean, because I want to check in with Councilmember Mueller and see where he's at on this. Because depending on where he is, it could be a moot debate, or we could be back to you. So Councilmember Mueller.
I appreciate the intent. I just want to make sure that Ms. Nagaya thinks it's that, what we're constructing here is gonna bear fruit.
I'll just, I think Ms. Nagaya's preference is what she asked for, which was 5 people in total, and two for downtown. I think she thinks that would probably bear the most fruit. Obviously, she says the staff can work with the 4, but that wouldn't result in 2 dedicated people downtown. It would just result in the team making its way to downtown more often.
So can I just ask?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, please.
No, it's fine. I just would ask Ms. Nagaya, do you think that this will result in more attention to being paid to downtown?
With 2 staff members or with 1 focused on downtown?
With either. If instead of doing a team approach of all 4 rotating, if there was 1 person or 2 people, dedicated with their attention to that, do you think that would intensify what the outcomes would be downtown?
Yeah, yes, I think so. I think the primary things that we hear regularly are around a couple items that you all collectively have mentioned tonight. So I think pressure washing sidewalks, a desire to see kind of more attention paid to planting, landscaping, making sure things are really kind of looking clean and spiffy along particularly the Santa Cruz corridor and the side streets, making sure there's no trash in the parking lots, making sure that the trash cans along Santa Cruz are put away. So we think that having a team scheduled who are regularly there and accountable to making sure that those things are happening could definitely help us move the needle, as you said, to make sure those things are taken care of. When a team is rotating in, definitely more presence is better. So I don't want to leave you with the impression that one is we can't do anything with an additional person, because I think we can, but when it's not somebody's sole job to put the trash cans away, it's harder to make sure that happens on a very regular basis. So this was the team approach would let us make sure that it's clearly assigned to somebody to do that every day.
Okay, then I can be supportive of that. But what I would say to my colleagues is, this kind of reminds me of a circumstance that happened earlier in my life, where I owned a car that at one point was a nice looking car, and we took great care to always wax that car. My wife and I try to make it look nice, but after a while, there was only so much waxing you could do to it before it started to take the paint off the car and scratch it, and you really couldn't get that desired effect anymore. And that's kind of where I am with the current infrastructure of our downtown. We can't power wash and clean anymore. I've been out there the day after it's been power washed, and it's not looking bright and spiffy, and the concrete's cracked and bricks are missing, and in some places the cracks, the concrete is gone. And so while we can do this, I really think we need to really start thinking about, like I had talked earlier about the EIR, to start looking at making some permanence and change, and then also really looking at what we have talked about in the past of really funding infrastructure maintenance and improvement to the downtown.
Thank you, Councilmember Mueller. Vice Mayor Nash.
Thank you. So I just wanted to make sure my understanding of what was originally requested, which was the 5 people, was 1 supervisor, one public works superintendent, 1 management analyst, and 3 maintenance workers. And that 2 of those maintenance workers were going to be for the downtown, and the superintendent was sort of split between the trees and downtown. And then the analyst and I guess 1 maintenance worker would be for the trees. So what we're talking about is the 2 maintenance workers that were going to be downtown, and whether or not we should just have 1 or 2 of those individuals there. And I'm wondering, obviously not to, just in my mind, I was thinking that if we have 1 person rather than 2, rather than having 2 people downtown full time, we could have like one team of 2 people half time. And obviously that's not to specifically dictate anything, but just that's where in my mind, what I was thinking is, to me, since we've got no one downtown assigned right now, the fact that we would have a team perhaps half a day every day, we could have someone around and see how that works out, and just get the input and get the experience and see whether we need more people or not, rather than having 2 people downtown all the time. To me, as Councilmember Mueller was saying, there's only so much power washing and all that you could do. Some of it maybe other enhancements that are needed, and just, I guess I'm sitting at 1 person for downtown.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Nash. And by just you don't mean sort of creating like sort of 2 half-time jobs. You're saying that those would be 2 full-time jobs, but this half of their time would be devoted to downtown.
Correct. Or whatever the supervisor decides, but that's in my mind what I was thinking. Obviously that's flexible.
Okay. Yeah, no, I just wanted to make sure it was clear that you're not sort of saying,
Precisely.
let's do half-time jobs. Or
Thank you for clarifying. Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs, and I appreciate the clarity. I'm definitely supportive of having a 2-person team part-time downtown. Just looking at some of the items on attachment D as far as the salaries, for the 5 people, it's $630,000. So our salary chart gives us a breakdown of what that looks like. So I'm just curious if the 3 maintenance workers would be starting off at the entry level, so their pay is around $65,000, I'm guessing, and then the supervisor, it increases as we have the superintendent, I think Vice Mayor Nash said, and the management analyst. Or is it a different breakdown?
Thank you, Councilmember Taylor. I think that's generally correct. The one thing that I would note is we would want to give our existing staff an opportunity to rotate onto a team downtown as well. And so I can't necessarily say for certain that it would be folks who are starting off at the existing kind of first step of the salary schedule. We may have folks who are currently on staff that could fill these positions, and then we would work to backfill their current roles. So generally when someone's hired in to a position at the city, they're starting off at that entry level, unless there's extenuating circumstances that we consider as part of the hiring process.
Thank you. So I am supportive of the 2-person team part-time downtown.
Okay, so then I think then it seems that most of or at least a majority is coalescing around the 4. Okay, so then let's move on to the next item. And just to be clear, that is in line with Councilmember Willison's modification of the request, and how actually the staff decides to do that, of course, is ultimately the staff decision. Okay, so back to you, Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. I'm going from, actually, we stayed on trees for a little bit. The next item, let's see. I believe the other items that I'm looking at from the list from Councilmember Willison are actually not items on this list. So I won't bring that up at this moment, which had to do with a policy around videoing, I think, recording meetings. So that's not on this list. So, and I'm not sure. Well, here's an item that I am interested in revisiting, but not going into a full discussion at the moment unless somebody wants to, is item 6 I would like to revisit, which is the emergency preparedness collaboration. I think that's important to bring back at some point, but it would be great as the Menlo Park Fire District Liaison and the Emergency Services Council board member. I would like to reach out to the Fire District first and talk about it and see where things are, because there's been a lot of information going back and forth about this role. And I just need a little bit more clarity, but I am interested in bringing this back sometime soon.
Okay, that sounds good to me.
And as far as the sustainability staff, this item, I believe, well, the climate action is on the CIP. So I don't know, a part of what I want to talk about is a combination of the salary chart, the salary schedule, the CIP, and the budget, and they kind of all overlap, of course, but I didn't want to, I'm not sure how to move forward with those 3 items. Do I just stick to this list, or would you prefer me to do that, Mayor Combs, or would you like me to go off on a tangent with CIP and the salary chart?
Well, I'm usually totally fine with you going off on a tangent, but let's see if there are other sort of comments for the things, sort of solely on the list,
okay,
and then from the other members of council, and then we'll move on to more broadly. So was there anything, Vice Mayor Nash?
Thank you. I had a few questions, and that's if someone can give more information about number 15, the budgeting for lower than anticipated investment returns by CalPERS. It's been touched on by a couple people, and is this, are we still paying down the unfunded liability, or is this to replace that, or can you please explain? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor Nash. I can take that one. So this item is to pay down the unfunded liability that the city currently has at a faster rate, using an assumption that CalPERS will not, in fact, hit its current discount rate of 7%. So this potential service level enhancement has actually 2 levels. One is to anticipate a 6.5% actual investment return, and one is to anticipate a 6% actual investment return. So both of those do differ from the rates that CalPERS has said that they anticipate achieving, but this amount would reduce the unfunded liability at a faster rate if CalPERS did hit those investment returns, and would not increase the unfunded liability if CalPERS hit that lower rate.
And we are still paying down the unfunded liability regardless of how we vote on this.
That is correct.
We're continuing that practice. Okay.
Well, so the city, CalPERS publishes an amortization schedule for unfunded liability. So the city has a requirement to pay down some portion of the unfunded liability. This is above and beyond the city's required amount. So it would be paying it down faster, though the city is paying toward its unfunded liability, even without this service level enhancement.
Are we not, I believe past councils have sort of set a standard that we are paying the unfunded liability faster than is required. Is that correct? And have we stopped doing that? And then this would reinstitute it, or I need some clarification, please.
Sure. So starting in fiscal year 2019-20, the city did adopt additional payments toward CalPERS to pay down the unfunded liability at a faster rate. So the schedule that was adopted starting in 2019-20 would pay down the unfunded liability for the miscellaneous plan in 10 years and the safety tier 1 plan in 15 years, rather than the 30-year standard amortization schedule as is required by CalPERS. So it couldn't be slower than 30 years, but it could be faster. And that's what the additional payments were for. In fiscal year 2021, the additional payments were not authorized at the beginning of the fiscal year, but were authorized for part of the fiscal year during the mid-year budget amendment. So the city has been making additional payments both during the last fiscal year and in the current fiscal year. That wasn't a practice that was pursued prior to that, though the city does have a strategic pension reserve, which is an amount of money essentially set aside, committed by the city council to take advantage of opportunities to lower the city's pension obligations, the overall payments toward pension obligations. So that's the resource that has been used in the past 2 fiscal years. But that's the extent of the additional payments in the last few fiscal years.
And this would be above and beyond that, what we've been doing since 2019.
It would be a continuation of what has been done since 2019, just because the city council can't obligate future city councils to make those payments. It does need to come before city council each year during budget adoption.
I'm sorry, I'm still not quite getting this. So in our current budget, do we have anything to go above and beyond the 30-year payment schedule without this item?
Not without this item. It would not be faster than the current schedule as published by CalPERS.
Okay. And then you were mentioning the 6.5% and 6%. And what is the budget impact for each of those?
So the budget impact for 6.5% is the one that's displayed here, 1.46 million, and 6% would be 2.95. It's just a slightly higher amount for that second 0.5% than it is for the first 0.5%.
Thank you. And do I recall we at one point talked about 7%? Or am I missing?
So you are correct. 7% is the discount rate that CalPERS currently uses. So the budget as prepared uses 7%. This service level enhancement would use a lower anticipated return. So the service level enhancement would be assuming that actual returns are lower than CalPERS says they expect.
Okay. I have some other questions, but let's stay on. Let me let someone else talk about this for a minute.
Councilmember Willison.
Yeah, I'll take the baton. Okay, Dan. Mr. Jacobson. So the strategic pension reserve. So in 2019-20, when we decided to make additional payments at a faster rate, were we using strategic pension reserve funds?
Yes, that was the plan. So the strategic pension reserve is a little bit strange in that it is slated to grow whenever the city has a surplus. So it had not necessarily been drawn down in 2019-20, though the city did not experience a surplus and there was a slight use of fund balance that came from the Economic Stabilization Reserve, understanding that it was pandemic effects, and that was authorized by City Council at the end of that year. So the plan was to use the strategic pension reserve. It was largely used, but then somewhat replenished during that time.
So if I understand correctly, in a good year, we would have a surplus and then we would fund the strategic pension reserve. And then we would take some of that money to pay down our pensions at a higher, faster rate than we're required to?
So yes and no. Those are two slightly different components. So the city council has a fund balance policy, which says that if the city does actualize a surplus, some of that is put toward the strategic pension reserve. The use of the strategic pension reserve is very much up to the city council's discretion. So it could be used for additional payments. It could be used for this, which is functionally very similar, but tied more to the belief that the CalPERS returns will not in fact meet their current discount rate. But so one is a budgeting item and one is more of an accounting item.
So is there any reason why we're not using strategic pension reserves? Why I don't see that as a revenue source?
So there is no reason not to use strategic pension reserves unless there were an identified purpose for them further down the road, which this would crowd out. It was in the transmittal letter that is a resource available. The strategic pension reserves are a resource available, but really only for this item.
So do you anticipate any need in the future that would crowd out? I mean, what would be the downside of using, I mean, I guess that there'd be some other reason we'd want to use it in the future, but if we get into a greater days, then hopefully one day we'll have a surplus again, and then we'll be able to replenish our strategic pension reserves. Like, we have this fund that is for this reason. So I'm trying to understand why we're not using it.
So the only other major consideration, or the other potential use of it that has been suggested in the past would be for rate smoothing. So the city will see increased rates through fiscal year 2026-27. And if it were the desire of the council to have less volatility in rates, that could be a potential use then. But in terms of the maximum savings, the analysis that was done a couple of years ago prior to the 2019-20 budget was that making additional payments earlier on would avoid the greatest cost for the city. So that's why that was recommended and ultimately adopted.
And then let's just say, so if we don't approve 1.46 at the 6.5% investment return, or 2.95 at the 6% investment return, the consequences of not kind of accelerating our payment or paying more now are what? That we're just shakier? Like if CalPERS adjusts it further down, that our bond rating could go down? Like, what are the consequences of not staying on top of this issue?
The main consequence is a greater amount of interest paid. So CalPERS will continue to charge interest on the unfunded liability until it's paid off. So paying it off faster will avoid some interest expense toward that. So that would be the main consequence, is just ultimately a greater amount of interest paid, though over a number of years.
And if we use our strategic pension reserve now, because doing things seems like earlier than later with pensions is good for interest, and we end up needing to rate smooth later, are we only allowed to do that with strategic pension reserves, or can we use other funding sources to do that?
So other funding sources are available. Well, the general fund is available for that. Other funded funds are not. The only other potential source would be a pension obligation bond, which I would not recommend. But the other general funds monies could be put toward that in the future. Though really, if it is just coming out of the general fund, it's not so much rate smoothing as just paying the required rates.
Right, because I mean, essentially the pension reserve fund is coming from the general fund surplus as well. So it's, okay, so that was all really helpful. So my feeling on this is that not only should we do the budgeting for lower investment returns from CalPERS, I feel like we should use at least some of the strategic I mean, I would say use all of it, but I'm open to part of it, but I feel like that's what that money's for. We have it. So that's my opinion, but I'm curious to hear I appreciate all of your answers to my questions, Mr. Jacobson, and I'll turn it over to my colleagues. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Nash.
Thank you. I agree with what Councilmember Willison said, and I'm wondering if there's any reason not to use the strategic pension reserve, because with the idea we've discussed before of use the fund that has the narrowest use first. So it seems like since that can only be used for pensions, we should be using that first for this. And if in fact we have to backfill later, backfill that fund from general use, then we do, but we couldn't ever, since it's the only use for the strategic pension reserve, we should just use that first and hope that we're able to replenish it before we need to use it again.
I'd be supportive of that. Council member, go back to Council member Willison, and then to
just a follow-up question for Mr. Jacobson. Was there any reason why staff did not originally recommend using the strategic, I guess for rate smoothing, but do you see any, I mean, is there any reason, I mean, I know that was potentially listed in the transmittal letter, but any other reason why that we should be thinking about of why that wasn't originally suggested?
No, there's no particular reason not to suggest it, other than that this was really originally presented as a list of potential items, a full menu for the council to consider. So it other than the handful of items which were the clear priorities from the council, the rest really were up to the council to determine and give direction to staff on, and there did not appear to be consensus direction on June 8th.
Okay, thank you very much.
Well, I mean, one thing, obviously, if we deplete the strategic pension reserve, then we can't say that we have a strategic pension reserve. Right? There is that. I see Assistant City Manager hand raised. Is that Mr. Figueros? Okay, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would say that to Vice Mayor Nash's earlier assessment that the monies in the strategic pension reserve are intended to be used by the city for pension-related costs. That's a policy that the council has set. There's no external restriction that requires us to do that. It is past practice and will continue that practice until council changes it. And then the secondary piece relative to Mr. Jacobson's comment is that effectively using the strategic pension reserve is savings from previous years that are accumulating. And I think that the wisdom in the policy of creating the strategic pension reserve is acknowledging that that CalPERS rates will increase, and we don't know how our economic condition will be in those future years. However, we're still obligated to fulfill that CalPERS requirement. So it's sort of a rainy day fund for the general fund to use or to rely on or have available to offset future obligations, to the extent that the general fund just doesn't have the monies to pay the PERS obligations. Another way to put it would be, if we have the PERS reserve and our PERS costs are $5 million and our revenue, and we're in a difficult revenue position, rather than cut that $5 million from the general fund in a year, the council could use that $5 million in the strategic pension reserve to backfill the general fund for that year if it's anticipated that we just are going to have a slump in revenue or some combination thereof. So my only point is that depleting the strategic pension reserve there's no problem per se with it. I just want to point out that it does remove options for future councils if it is fully depleted.
Thank you, Mr. Figueres. And I just want to, like, if I can sort of use more like everyday terms, it's like you have a savings account that you're putting money in to help pay for your credit card bills if you lose your job. But like, if you take all of the money in that savings account and pay your credit card bills, then your credit card bill, in case you lose your job, will be less, right? So there is some, I think, logical validity to saying that, like, hey, yeah, I know that, like, if catastrophe hits, I don't have this reserve, but that catastrophe is going to hit me less if I use this reserve now. And so, I mean, you know, either one is a risk, right? But I can see, both are very legitimate strategies.
Mr. Mayor, if I may just, I completely agree with the analysis. However, I would change the analogy from a credit card bill to your mortgage payment. Because this liability is so large,
Yeah.
we can't pay it off. So I just wanted to make that addition.
Okay, no, totally, and a totally fair point. Council Member Mueller.
I remember when we were putting together this policy, the thing I'd say is, and Nick made the point, we're never going to catch up on it by paying it off. It really does have to do with whether or not we want to have any money set aside in our budget to be saved for when a big hit comes, because it is anticipated that could happen. And then the other point I'd make is we will still have a strategic reserve fund, because we will have surpluses in future years. So it will start to replenish itself again. But I would, the council has historically paid down, taken large chunks of money and paid down paid down our obligations. I don't know if we want to use all of it just in case, but if that's something you all want to do, that I'll support it. But it is one of those things that once the amount starts to grow to a sizable amount, it makes sense, pay it down and start accumulating again. So anyway, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Councilmember Mueller. I do think the one thing I will say that, like, if we do shift to sort of paying it off, then in many respects, I think we're sort of making a policy decision with respect to this sort of reserve fund, right? Because it almost seems as though, like, if you're going to take this moment in time and take all the money and pay it off, then really what you should go look at, like, this whole policy that sort of sets aside this money and say, hey, this is not the way I want to approach my budget anymore. I want to sort of shift to something where we're talking about general revenue funds, that they just come in and we don't set aside them at all, and then we make a determination about pension obligations based on that full picture. So that's the only thing I would say, like, if we are considering sort of depleting it all, which I'm not saying that I would be opposed to, but that does, I think, sort of pretend like, again, like a kind of a policy change, or looking at a policy change about the validity of this approach. I think, I don't know, Vice Mayor Nash or Councilmember Willison, whoever whose hand was up first, I don't remember. I think you're Vice Mayor Nash.
Yeah, I'll go first. I've got a really quick question, I think. What is the balance of the Strategic Pension Reserve Fund?
So this is one other small element that does complicate it slightly. The estimate at the beginning of fiscal year 2021-22 is 3.91 million. And that's just based on what the previous balance was and the amount the council authorized spending in the current fiscal year for accelerated payments.
So either way, whether we choose 6.5%, which is the way I'm leaning, or 6%, we still do not actually deplete the fund.
That is correct. Neither one would fully deplete the fund.
Thank you.
Councilmember Willison.
Thank you for that question. I was looking at that in some document. So when we used the Strategic Pension Fund the previous years, how much of it did we use? Like, what's the magnitude that we used? And then my second question is, if we think that one day we're going to be in this like super rainy day situation where we're not going to be able to meet potentially the CalPERS requirement, what's the order of magnitude of that? Is that like a $5 million thing or a $20 million thing? So those are the two, and I'm sure your answer is we don't know. But Mr. Jacobson.
Sure. So taking those sort of sequentially, in fiscal year 2019-20, given that it was a full year, my recollection is that the order of magnitude was about $1.5 million between both the miscellaneous plan and the safety tier 1 plan, which is where 90% of the city's unfunded liability is. In fiscal year 2020-21, it was about half that. I believe it was 785,000, given that it was only done for half of a year. So that would be sort of the amounts that were used in previous years. You'll notice that those are sort of on par with the 6.5% assumption thereabouts. In terms of what it would look like down the road, you are correct in that I don't know the answer for sure. I do know that CalPERS has had a policy in the past of trying to phase in rate changes so that member organizations are not immediately hit by an extraordinary amount of volatility. So I would be surprised if there were an immediate rate change on the order of, say, 15-20% of prior year payments. But that doesn't exclude it. I'm, of course, not totally familiar with what CalPERS does, nor can I control their actions.
That's really helpful, Mr. Jacobson. So I do really want to support on the first thing, the expense to the city then of budgeting for that lower amount, the 1.46, just reiterating that. And then in terms of how we're going to fund it, I guess I'm just reiterating what I said before. I'd be open from anywhere from taking the full amount from the strategic pension reserve to using like 1 million of the strategic pension reserve, which would leave us with like almost 3 million left in there. So somewhere between that is what I would advocate for.
But if we go with a lower rate, what is that? What's the total dollar figure on that?
If we went with the 6%,
yeah,
that was 2.95 million. So that would almost deplete, or that would leave us with 1 million.
With 1 million in the. So does someone want to propose? Because you said, Councilmember Willison, you'd be comfortable. Does someone want to propose a specific sort of direction to staff and see whether there is some consensus or support for that? Or did you, Councilmember Willison, did you propose a specific direction? And I don't want to take it away from you if you did.
I'll put a stake in the ground. I'll say let's go with the 6.5% lower thing, which costs us 1.46 million. And I'm going to say let's take that out of the strategic pension reserve as a funding source.
Yeah, okay. I'm supportive of that. Councilmember Taylor, you're. And
I'm supportive.
Okay. Does Mr. Jacobson, Mr. Pegueros, do you feel that you have, or even Mr. Robinson, the necessary? Obviously, I know this will need to be baked into the motion, but for this element, do you feel that you have the needed direction?
Yes, Mayor Combs, and we will plan to go through all of what we understand the direction council to be giving now to make sure that we do have everything.
Okay, Vice Mayor Nash.
I actually have two other items to discuss.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I wasn't trying to, I was just saying that element. I know there was other stuff coming.
Does anyone else want to, or shall I?
There was one thing I sort of wanted to kind of follow up on. There was, and then we can, saw that there was a willingness, I think, in earlier meetings to provide staff with a request regarding, I think, like a transportation manager. But then there was some concern about the actual projects that position would work on, and a desire not to have them work on the neighborhood traffic management program projects. I'm not clear what direction staff feels that it has on that, because I have a question about like those neighborhood traffic management programs that are sort of in queue, and like what staff feels that like it is going to happen, or what's going to happen with them if the direction from council, and we can go back and make sure that it was the direction from council that like those programs not be worked on as part of that new position.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Combs. So I think we'll take a shot at making sure we got the council's direction from the last meeting. So we revised the description of the work that the associate transportation engineer that's proposed to be added would focus on. And instead, as you mentioned, instead of the neighborhood traffic management project requests that we have in queue, defined it as increasing the capacity to advance transportation capital projects. So in terms of what that means, where the rubber hits the road in terms of staff time, we would envision that we'd prioritize projects that are funded in the CIP first, that we would get the staff member hired and working on things, as I mentioned, are listed in the CIP. Then if there ends up being additional time, we could potentially look to restart any sort of either discussion about the neighborhood traffic management program and changes to the program that the council had described in the earlier deliberations, or processing the applications if you desire to not make changes on the program. But that would be kind of a lesser priority, that we wouldn't start that immediately. So my kind of order of magnitude estimate is it's probably a number of months to hire and onboard someone, and then probably another 6 months of startup time on capital projects before we'd envision having more time to focus back on the NTMP projects.
And then my question is starting with you, Mr. Guy, and then more broadly to the council. What is it that you will be communicating back to the residents that have started these neighborhood transportation or traffic management program projects process? Like, right, what are you telling them? Because essentially it seems as though it's a pause, but it's like this indefinite pause. And this sort of gets to my concern about what we're going to communicate to residents. And this is more for my council colleagues than for you, but just wanted to give you what are you telling, what is in your mind that you're telling those people?
Yeah, so right now, since the program was put on hold with last year's budget, we've been communicating that due to the staffing levels, they're temporarily on hold. And so I think what we would now want to say is not use the word temporary, but the projects are on hold until we either change the program in order to reduce the time that applications take, or have capacity to pick up the projects. And if we pick them up, they would be, currently we're thinking that they would be in the order that they reached out to the city. And so we have kind of that list ready to go. About half of them currently have not started. We've gotten inquiries, but we have not started the process to gather signatures or go through any sort of data collection. And so those would definitely be lower down the priority list than ones that were paused kind of midstream.
And then in theory, though, like if there was some traffic or transportation related project that sort of came through another source, like, right, let's say the residents just sort of reached out to their council member, right, and their council member sort of then started a process of engaging staff, that then wouldn't fall under this purview, and that could get some additional traction, or that could get some attention, or no?
So normally I try to make sure I'm capturing all the different iterations of what has or can happen when we get requests. So bear with me for a second. But I think normally if a project is kind of focused on like speeding in a local neighborhood, even if that request comes through a council member, we're referring the resident to work with staff through the NTMP process. So I think I can't think of any exceptions to that have come up in my kind of time with the city in the last like 8 years or so. But I think more generally, we do get requests for things that are not kind of neighborhood traffic calming in scope, of either requests for bike lane installations, new stop signs, or different traffic control, traffic signals, crosswalk enhancements. And those are handled kind of either through a review of what's proposed in the transportation master plan now that that framework's there, or through a review of kind of urgent safety needs if there are any. And so we do handle some of those requests separately, but they're not usually traffic calming in scope.
So let's talk about just so, and I'll go to my colleagues after. Like, let's get into the specifics of something like the speed feedback signs on Willow, right? Is that considered an NTP, a traffic, a neighborhood traffic management plan project?
No, it's not. So those, I can luckily report that those were part of the project that the council approved last meeting. They will be installed soon.
But in theory, it could have been, right? It could have been a project that neighbors decided to petition the city staff to do as part of this program, correct? Or with that program had never exist under the structure of the NTMP.
So speed feedback signs are included as a device in the NTMP program, but the Willow Road corridor, because of the street classification that it is, we would not process through the NTMP. So we would handle that through another project.
Okay, totally fair. And I'll go to my colleagues. I do think, and so that in that example, there's an exception or reason why it would fall outside of the NTMP. My concern is that we're going to be creating, there is this current process which is stalled and are stopped, and so those people are stopped. But it seems as though then that there are going to be other similar projects that seem like they're going to be able to proceed, right? Until then, like if you're a neighborhood and you or resident have some project or some idea, like the last thing you would want to do is actually to submit one of these applications and go a different route. And so that's my concern, and maybe the Willow speed feedback signs. And thank you for that update. That is very good to hear. But my concern is that, again, as some of those other what might be considered kind of smaller traffic or transportation projects seem to proceed, I think we're going to have some frustration, and I think rightfully so, on the part of those residents. And I know, there's a couple, at least one project that comes to mind definitely that are going to be like, hey, we've submitted this thing like 3 years ago, like right, and we've gone nowhere, and we've sort of done the process that you've asked us to do, while we see these other things that are sort of similar in nature happening. Okay, I'll go to Vice Mayor Nash and then Councilmember Willison.
Thank you. I actually have concerns very similar to yours, Mayor Combs. I am concerned. I think that we do need to do something with traffic calming and safety. I just personally think that the NTMP is a tremendously burdensome system for both the residents and staff, and would love to see something different, more streamlined, with perhaps standards where people can, something different that would actually achieve safety without quite so many hurdles. I would love to see the Complete Streets Commission perhaps take a go at coming up with a better system, or perhaps when we get the new transportation manager in, they'll have some experience, or someone else can have some experience with the best practice somewhere else. But I do not want to see us totally give up on neighborhood traffic calming. I think that it is really important. One of my other, so not only do I find that current system quite burdensome and very resource intensive, but I'm also concerned just about how to, whether or not it is gives equitable service across the city. because some areas either may be more active, even though they may not be the most needy. I don't know how exactly to describe, or, you know, you'd evaluate that, but just what is the best way to actually implement these is the other piece, and making sure that, you know, if someone has a particularly active neighborhood group, active council member, active commissioner, somehow that, and they may have heard about this and gotten in line, and just how do we do this? What is the best way to do this? But I do think there is a great need for to be able to do something once we have more staff available.
Councilmember Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor Combs, and I appreciate hearing your perspective. And you know, as someone who lives in a neighborhood like everybody in the city, you know, we all want our streets to be peaceful places where our kids can feel safe walking around. I think the important thing to note, and the reason for the push that I made was when you look at the collision and injury data in our city, and really look at this in a data-driven way, the attention that is needed around town or on our busier, more dangerous corridors. So while an individual resident might have obviously an emotional and personal desire to have their street attended to, we have many corridors and stretches in town that people have to cross to get to schools, to get to where they need to go, that are literally kind of life and death streets. And so that's where increasing our attention on the capital projects, on these larger projects, is where I think the focus needs to be. Now, on what to tell our residents who've been waiting for relief and waiting for attention, I'm very sympathetic to them. I've been waiting for certain things for many, many years in town, but I think that a lot of it isn't kind of the fault of us changing our resource allocation. It's the process. And so I think that while there might be kind of a short-term delay for a few residents, and again, I can see it can be hard to talk to those residents in the longer term by dealing with the process and making it much easier and lower hurdles, and that'll really help in the long run. Mountain View is actually right now looking at their NTMP, and they're like looking at reducing the number of signatures needing to kick off an NTMP to 5 or 10% of the affected area. I mean, that's drastically different than what we require here in Menlo Park. They're looking for who gets to, you know, what that return rate is on postcards and the no's versus the yeses. They're looking that they just need 35% of a return rate. And of those that are returned, that it's a majority or super majority to approve. So there's a lot of things within this process, I think, that can be looked at and expedited. And I'm very encouraged by hearing Ms. Nagaya talking about the new staffing that's coming to Public Works, and that once we get them in place, that this is something that they can take on within this year, within this fiscal year, hopefully. So that's really encouraging to me. So help is on the way. And I'm also like, I'm not even satisfied if we have excess capacity. You know, I want even more capital projects done and more NTMP done. So to me, this is just dealing with some of these really high priority capital projects that are also really time intensive, like the middle tunnel. We just actually got a really exciting letter from Congresswoman Anna Eshoo that the federal government is going to be kicking in $6.5 million to well, it still needs to be like approval, the signed and delivered, but it looks really good. So some of these things are going to be really time sensitive. They're big things that we really need to tackle. So I know how I can talk to my residents about this kind of stuff, and it's hard, but I think as the leaders of the city, we need to look at the bigger picture here. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Wilson. Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, just some procedural background. The NTMP process that the city has basically the way I've seen MTMPs go back and forth over time really has to do with the political nature of the council at the time it's adopted and whether it's reactionary to a project that was considered good or bad by the community before adoption. And it goes back and forth. The current MTMP that we have was actually constructed by one council because projects were going in areas of the city that were very controversial and people didn't like them. So they said, we're going to raise the bar on whether or not that can happen. Now we see a flip where people are saying, well, it's too burdensome. And that tends to go back and forth. But what I would say is the MTMP process, as identified, alluded to by Councilor Wilson, really isn't meant for life and death situations. And it's not even meant for situations that are that would in any way require city action. The MTMP process is meant for items that are, in essence, so controversial that the council, it really needs this, and so controversial and so not immediately necessary in the moment in terms of a city priority, that this process is put in place so that neighbors can sort of try to work it out amongst themselves before it gets to us and staff spends a lot of time on it. And so, and that's, so for instance, and that's whether or not that's been the case in practice, that's what the intent was. I remember back in 2010 being on the Transportation Commission and people complaining about the MTMP was too burdensome, and other people saying, no, it's great because of the result that ended up happening in a very controversial matter before the Transportation Commission and the council. It worked itself out. So the criticisms of it go back and forth. It will continue to do that. If we make it, I tend to think that if we start to make it, I don't think we want to make it where it's like a default for city planning. I think our city engineering, transportation engineering department knows and will be implementing things pursuant to our strategic planning. But if you make it too low, if you drop the threshold too low, that's fine if the council wants to do this. I just predict that, 7 years later, 8 years later, it'll be just boomeranging back the other direction because something will happen that people will be unhappy with. So I think what we should try to do is try to find a happy medium that, again, which really gets to the purpose of what it's supposed to be there. And that's to try to get as much of it vetted out amongst the residents before it starts to consume a bunch of staff time and council time.
Thank you, Councilmember Mueller. I'll just provide a quick comment and then go to Councilmember Wilson, and hopefully we can sort of close out this discussion and move on. I think my concern is, and I appreciate your Councilmember Mueller laying out some of that history, and I do appreciate the challenges that the current sort of MTMP process entails. Like I live on a street with speed humps that consume the better part of a couple of years of one of my neighbor's life to get them. And so I understand, but it is a process that exists, right? And so and to Councilmember Mueller's point, even though the barriers are very high, there is this this sort of transparency to it. And I think where we're at now, and again, I see what you guys are alluding to as far as like a future sort of revised approach, but it just seems like where we are now is one where there's a lack of clarity. And so, and what I'm going, and so then those projects that might go to through that process, right, are those proposals are just going to come to me and just come to you, and and I don't think I can say like, oh, well, you know, we're only going to focus all of our attention on some of the high traffic areas, because then they are always going to get your attention, and then you're never going to sort of carve out time and resources for those smaller, you know, neighborhood impact projects. Because I can tell you, if we're looking at some of the major roads, whether it's El Camino or Middlefield or Willow or whatever, you know, we could just be working on them again and revising, and that could take up everything for the entirety of our times on council. And so I do think we have to be willing to say that, like, hey, we're going to focus some time and effort on these smaller projects, and provide residents an avenue by which they, other than just necessarily sort of lobbying their council member, and that person being sort of receptive or not receptive, and how that person is able to lobby his or her fellow colleagues and able to lobby staff, and that being, you know, the barriers. And so, but I didn't expect us to get to some very specific resolution, but just wanted to, because I know that you know, this will be the subject of some difficult conversations for me and residents in the future. And so wanted to sort of, give some attention to this issue. Councilmember Willison.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. I just wanted to clarify one thing. The life or death comment that I made was not in reference to the NTMP projects. That was in reference to the CIP projects. So I just wanted to clarify that. And then in terms of if you look at, or the way I think about the NTMP projects, there might be some subset that currently are kind of controversial, but I see a lot of them being, you know, there's like a consensus among the neighbors that they want this done. So when I think of like looking at the NTMP process, I mean, maybe it's even like creating a new category of like, there's obviously like, there seem to be things that most people want to do that aren't controversial, and like, how do we just do them faster? So I hear you, Mayor Combs. Going back to kind of the budget and the list, I kind of stand behind prioritizing, at least for now, while the transportation staff is still getting ramped up and getting filled again, of changing, keeping the position as we had decided, I think at the 8th or some meeting, to be dedicated to the CIP with leftover for the NTMP, with the knowledge that once Ms. Nagaya has her staff in place, she'll come back to us, and we'll revisit the NTMP and get that going in whatever format. So I don't see this as being the end of I don't see this being like a long hold, because these people have already been holding for so long. It's like, it's coming. It's going to take us a little while. So that's all. So thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. There were a couple questions that I have, and that is just about hiring, the number of staff that we're hiring. Are we rehiring? Is that a part of this? I know that we've already agreed to certain positions, but I just wanted to find out. Or is this process, because thinking about onboarding, if we're rehiring, the onboarding process shouldn't take 6 months if we're going back to employees that were working here.
Thank you, Councilmember Taylor. Yes, the bargaining unit agreements that we have with all 4 of our units that were affected by budget cuts last year all have rehire provisions, and we are exercising those as soon as the council adopts the budget. My recollection, and Ms. Nagaya or Mr. Jacobson can correct me if I'm wrong, I don't believe we laid off any transportation engineers, so there is no one to call back, which means we would need to do a open recruitment. And you know, part of the art in all of this is balancing the various approvals that we received tonight, and working to have successful recruitments. So that's something that our HR team will is working on right now, and we hope to have a plan in the near future. And Ms. Nagaya has confirmed that we did not lay off any transportation personnel last year.
Thank you, Mr. Vaqueros. I actually have a couple of follow-up questions. And if so, we didn't lay off any from the transportation department. How many did we lay off in each department? And I would like my motion to hire any staff to include. It has to be we're giving our pre-existing staff a job back, as opposed to we're just hiring new people. Just looking at the number of positions that we're looking to add. I'm just concerned about that. And there's some other things that I'm concerned about as well, but I think it's a closed session topic.
Yeah, just to be, thank you, Councilmember Taylor. Just to be clear, the first right of refusal is always to our employees who are laid off through the process. Internal candidates are always encouraged to apply for positions that whether they be when they're open to the public. As part of our process, we do look at sort of the existing requirements or the positions requirements, education, experience, et cetera, and sort of the applicant pool that we have internally who fulfill and meet those requirements. And if there's a sufficient number, then an internal recruitment exclusively open to city employees is a possibility. When we get into some of the more technical positions, however, it tends that the specialization that we see, particularly in transportation engineering as well as planning, there may be opportunities for folks to promote as a result of as a result of what's been approved. But that doesn't necessarily solve the capacity challenge in the department, because the individual who promoted had a profile or a portfolio of work that required attention. So just to summarize, the city is complying with, and as soon as council approves the budget, we will issue the rehire notices next week for employees who were affected by the layoffs, and to the extent that we can recruit internally for positions, we most definitely prioritize that.
Mayor Combs, I just have one more follow-up, if you don't mind. And then does this include first right of refusal include part-time? Or is it just full-time? Or is that a closed session? Just let me know if I go too far.
Yeah, no. It's a fair question. So there is a difference between regular part-time. So these are individuals who work fewer than 40 hours a week, but more than 20 hours a week. Those are called our regular part-time employees, and they are covered by the Memoranda of Understanding that governs their classification. For temporary workers, there is no to the extent that there is a need to rehire temporary workers in a position or in a service, it's my understanding that hiring those folks who know the job and who can do the job, who are the folks who may have been affected and laid off, it's sort of the natural inclination to pursue those candidates. Now, some of those individuals may have moved on and may not necessarily be interested in a position, but we do advise them that we're hiring temporary employees again.
Councilmember Mueller.
I just wanted to make clear for the record, Mayor Combs and colleagues, that I don't actually support pausing the MTMP process at this time. So, while it does take a long time, I'm not sure that when it comes back, it'll move any faster or fast enough for those who are seeking redress through it. I have a sidewalk project that I've been working on that didn't have to go through the MTMP process. That's taken an incredibly long amount of time. So projects just take a lot of time to go through the city. And this is one of the ways that residents have to go through an arduous process, but collectively work with their neighbors to bring relief for quality of life issues related to traffic in their areas where they live. So I can't support pausing that at this time.
Thank you, Councilmember Mueller, for those comments. Vice Mayor Nash. You're muted.
Thank you. Just to comment on that, I wonder what staff's, well, actually, what I was wondering, and I think I'll just put it out as a rhetorical question right now. I don't know that it's worth spending more time on it, but just if we already have a fair number of projects in the pipeline that probably that have been waiting, I wonder if it makes sense to continue adding to that list at this point, or whether we should wait till it gets, we clear out some of it before actually getting people excited and working on it. But I don't know that there's any point in spending more time on this. I do have a couple other questions.
Yeah. Before we do that transition, though, Vice Mayor Nash, are we still taking NTMB? We are still taking them, right? Or no? Or I would think that we should.
I think it's a good question.
We should not be taking them.
Right.
So right now we are generally telling residents that the program's on hold, and so we don't advise them to start the signature gathering process. But if they want to anyway, despite that advice, they can. There's nothing that precludes them from it, but we don't have a clear timeline to pick up the projects.
Yeah, and I think going back to that distinction about some neighbors or neighborhoods being maybe savvier than others, at that point, then you're like, oh, well, I'll just call my council member, right? You don't, and then that to me is where I see problems, because some people might be like, okay, yeah, I'll start collecting signatures, and then they've started on this process of which, at least for, there was a certain doom to failure, like, right, at least for some period of time, whereas others may say, okay, well, let me try this other route. And so that's my concern. But okay, Vice Mayor Nash, I'll let you had other questions. I'll let you proceed.
I'm just wondering if Councilmember Mueller wants to comment on this topic.
Oh. Yeah, please. I thought maybe your hand was left over, Councilmember Mueller. Please comment.
I don't have any further comment on it. I realize I'm not in the council majority on this item, but I just wanted to state clearly where I am for it on the record. I do get reached out to by residents, and not always in my district, and so I direct them back to their council members, but also do tell them that there is a process by which they can work with their neighbors. And to the extent that we're not going to have that option really available to people anymore, I think creates the difficulties that the mayor has described, because savvy residents or residents, well, let's just face it, residents with influence can still try to get their projects moved, but those who might have something that would be considered more controversial or just not know how to work the system can't.
Thank you, Councilmember Mueller. And Vice Mayor Nash, I'll promise you have the last word on this, and then you should transition into your next questions or your questions.
Thank you. I just wanted to make it clear, I don't think any of the rest of us don't want to see these projects in traffic calming. It's just a matter of what is the best way. And yes, traffic calming is one of the top items that people reach out to me for. I think it's true of other council members as well. And one of the pieces something that I think we need to do is review it so that we are, as Mayor Combs said, not, there are savvy neighborhoods or neighbors, and we want to make sure that everybody's getting an equal shot at for their street. and that there's some more objective way to actually prioritize, in my mind. So going on to the next piece, I would like to just revisit the financial management organizational resiliency. I'd like to hear from staff, just the two headcount. One is a finance and budget manager and one's the management analyst. And I'm just questioning whether we can hold off on the finance and budget manager at this point and look at that head count further down the road.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Nash, for the question. I think the reality is that there will be the recruitments for the positions requested in the finance department. Don't get me wrong, they're incredibly important, but I believe I've heard from the council several times in the last few meetings that there are, when it comes to making the recruitments, that there are certain departments that have a slightly higher priority for limited HR resources. And so, you know, if the council decides to modify this request, I don't anticipate any significant impact in the near term. However, in the long term, it's definitely something that we would like to revisit. For the most part, and Dan or Mr. Jacobson can correct me, for the most part, many of the cuts that were made to department, I'm not going to say that. I'm sorry. Yeah, so if the council decides to modify this request, as you know, we will be recruiting one individual who has recently announced resignation. So we will be recruiting a management level position in administrative services.
Thank you. And actually, I'm very eager to have more resources available for finance. And I find OpenGov to be, I think there's more data there, but it's so far, while I use it fairly regularly, I do not find it easy to work with and find the material, nor do I find it easy to, basically the only way I've seemed to be able to look at all of the information there is actually to download it and put it into Excel and then look at it that way, which is really clunky. And even that is not always available. So I guess part of it behooves me at some point. I'd love to get more training on OpenGov, but my best guess is, since I'm having trouble with this, there's probably other members of the public out there that are. And so I'm looking forward to the time when we do have more abundant resources in finance and can get some of this information. So thank you. So I don't know if that's something that others want to discuss at this point. I do have a couple other questions, but I don't know if you want to stop at this point and discuss this head count.
Councilmember Willison, is that why you raised?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I just on line item 14, financial management. So Vice Mayor Nash, then are you proposing, instead of the 2 head count, the 1 head count, and then having staff come back to us at a later date?
That's correct.
Okay,
Yes,
I'm in
that's
support of that as well.
Councilmember Taylor, Councilmember Mueller, I would, given my sense of sort of the lead times on recruiting, where we're at in the job market, I would, and again, pending departures in this area, am inclined to defer to staff. But Councilmember Mueller and Councilmember Taylor, where are you guys at?
I appreciate my colleagues' concern in this area, but I also would tend to defer to the staff on this one.
So Councilmember Taylor, the staff is asking for two right now, like or to begin that process right now, and I think the direction is that's being proposed is like one and then sort of come back to us. Correct me if I got something wrong.
I believe that was what I heard, Mayor Combs. I have a couple of concerns that I've already shared just about the number of staff that we're hiring and the number of staff that we laid off. And I'm not sure if we even had anyone in this department, which would make that different, that we didn't lay anybody off in the financial management area. So based on that, I'd be supportive of one. But since our budget, well, whatever happens with the unions is based on how we vote on our budget, which makes me a little uncomfortable because I'd like to know what the outcome is now. How many of these positions that we're looking at would actually go to previously employed, part-time, full-time, whatever. So at the moment, so not to hold the process up, I'd be supportive of one.
Okay, then that's where the majority is. Okay, so so then you had other items, Vice Mayor Nash.
Thank you. I did. Just finishing up on headcount. I think there's a half headcount that's not that's somewhere not specifically outlined, and I actually believe that it's probably, well, anyway, I was wondering if anyone can account for the half headcount that's sort of in between, well, that hasn't been outlined on the budget sheet.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So it may be the half senior civil engineer, which was one of the council's adopted priorities. That would be my immediate suspicion, and that was included because it was an adopted priority.
That's my best guess as to exactly what it is. And so if we could actually just add that to the list so that it's called out, unless there's some reason not to, that would be good.
So it is outlined in the transmittal letter, but we can add it and make it more clear.
I've spoken with City Manager Jerome Robinson about this transmittal letter, and there actually was an update, perhaps. Well, there were 6 ads in the transmittal letter, and in fact, City Manager Jerome Robinson said there were in fact 4. And that's what actually matches with Monday.com and also OpenGov. So we actually only currently have, currently there's 246.75. And so if you add what was the 24.5, we're half of we're at 271.25. And all of the information that we're looking at says that we have that we're going up to 271.75. So there is a half that's not accounted for. And I just would.
So that is the half-time senior civil engineer, and we will make sure that that gets called out in the budget document more clearly.
Thank you so much. So beyond that, I had a couple questions, comments about Exhibit A, and then a couple questions about the CIP. Is it possible to bring up Exhibit A, please, which is page C1.9? Well, actually, you know something, I can probably do this. I will just ask one question about this now that I'm looking at my questions, given the time and all. Just right now, there's the Bayfront, the new Bayfront Fund is called on the Exhibit A called Bayfront Impact Fund. My understanding is that staff, there was a reason not to call it Bayfront Impact Fund and to actually call it Bayfront Mitigation Fund. So whichever way staff prefers, we need to make sure that all the documents, the resolution that was adopted a few weeks ago, as well as Exhibit A, are calling the fund by the same title or by the same name.
We will cross-reference that and make sure that they match.
Thank you. And then on CIP questions, the Burgess lobby renovation, I'm wondering if that can wait until the MPCC is open so that we don't further disrupt services. And I don't need an answer right now. I just sort of want to put it out there that it seems that that might be worthwhile.
Great, thank you, Vice Mayor Nash. I can verify that, but I'm fairly certain that that project is planned for a future year, but it's listed in the 5-year CIP. So I don't believe there's funding
Wonderful.
for it in fiscal year 21-22.
Thank you. And then on the aquatic maintenance, I don't know if it has a difference on the amount, but will not be maintaining the Burgess pool, obviously. I'm sorry, the Bellhaven pools. So hopefully maybe we have a little bit of money there. And then there are some old projects such as the Chilco streetscape and sidewalk installation in Pierce Road, which are still, we're showing up. Well, the most recent list of CIP items that I found was from, actually, I'm not seeing it in front of me. I think it was from March. And then there was another one that was presented to the Planning Commission on June 7th. And so I'm just wondering, is there should those be on there still, or have we completed them?
So I apologize. I'm having a hard time following exactly which projects you're looking for.
Well, actually,
so let
I
me
guess
take
what would be really beneficial is there a list of CIP projects that we can all just look at and work off of?
Yes. So I think what we had presented to the council in March earlier in the year was a status update on the projects that were funded in fiscal year 2020, 2021. So the current year, and then what is included in the budget document, as well as what was presented to the Planning Commission on June 7th for verification that the projects proposed are consistent with the general plan, is what's proposed for next fiscal year. So projects that would either carry over that are not completed, or projects that would receive new money in the upcoming year. So I think the two that you mentioned, the Chilco streetscape project, as well as the Pierce Road sidewalk and San Mateo bike route installation, both of those projects have some continuing work to do with them, or expenditures that would span into next fiscal year. So for Chilco, for example, there's a requirement in Facebook's development agreement that the city reimburse them for construction impact fees for the improvements that are not on the Facebook campus side of the street. They're closer to the Dumbarton Railroad tracks. And so that reimbursement needs to happen still. And so that expenditure would likely occur next fiscal year. There's also,
All right, so that's why they're still remaining on here. Okay, thank you. And then the Sandhill Tunnel rehabilitation, that's something that the city pays for as opposed to Caltrans?
So this is a tunnel on the portion of Sandhill Road that goes into Sandhill Circle and crosses over a pathway for the Sharon Heights Golf and Country Club. There's an undercrossing pathway underneath the road, underneath the Sandhill Road that serves the golf course. So the city does have maintenance responsibility of that bridge, and it's in need of urgent repairs to make sure that the structural stability of the road is maintained in the next year.
Okay, thank you. I was never aware of that. And then when do we hear about the SAFER grant? And whether we've received that or not?
So the last we heard from FEMA was that the announcements would be in the next few months. So I think they had initially indicated sometime around June, and that's likely a few months more at this point in time.
Thank you. And then final comment on this is just on the sea level rise resiliency plan in the CIP. It looks like the amount budgeted is to support the One Shoreline JPA. And it seems that I would love to see a comprehensive plan that goes beyond the funding for One Shoreline and really shows how we are planning in the city to address the sea level rise. And while I think it would be great to have it through One Shoreline, if it's not going to be done else, you know, somehow it seems like we need to get a comprehensive plan. So just that, which obviously will take more funding.
Yes, so the funding currently in that line item, when we had financial constraints with the budget last year, it was the first year that dues for One Shoreline were due to be paid to the new agency by the city. We had looked to that funding to be able to pay those dues. So this would actually be the second year of funding, and we think it could cover roughly three to 3.5 years. So if the council desires additional funding for a plan, I think we need to address the cost of that and
yeah,
put
it's certainly not
resources in
something we
place,
can do tonight.
as well as the staff time to develop the plan. But understood.
Thank you. And actually one final comment, and that's for the budget in the future. It would be really beneficial to have some of these lists attached and references, well, just a link to the last time we discussed CIPs so that it's just easily accessible and part of the document, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Nash. Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. I just wanted to ask if Ms. Nagaya could put up the, I don't know if there's a slide available or something just to kind of stay on task. The items that Vice Mayor Nash brought up, they're not all on one page. I'm spending most of my time flipping pages. And then the other pieces, I believe, I don't know if it was 2 or 3 months ago, that there is a document that actually has the dollar amounts to the CIP projects itself. And so the one that I'm looking at actually only has the pictures. So if that's accessible to help me and also the public, if that's available. Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you for the comment, Councilmember Taylor. I apologize. I don't have a document that summarizes Councilmember Nash's or Vice Mayor Nash's questions that I could easily show tonight. But I think we could. There is a list of the CIP that is included in the OpenGov transmittal, as well as the PDF version, the hard copy version that the Administrative Services Division had provided.
I don't believe it has the financial end, though. It doesn't have numbers.
Okay, we can take a look at that. There are tables and charts that are embedded in the document, but I apologize if those didn't translate over to the hard copy version.
Thank you, Councilmember Taylor. And so I know Councilmember Taylor, actually, maybe not. So have we gone through the cycle of all of the questions, comments we have in connection to the budget? Councilmember Willison.
Thank you. I have 5 things. I'll try to make them fast. But I told you there's 5. So one is sustainability. So I'm comfortable with the one position for now, with the understanding that once we get the presentation on the electrification progress and the programs and policies that could be pursued, that we may likely not only be adding staff, but potential funding to that. So I just wanted to mention that to set expectations. 2 is connected to that, is the UUT, the utility user tax, and that I'm fine doing what council's always done, which is keeping it low for now. But I did want to point out, as I believe Vice Mayor Nash brought up last time, that we're like the lowest out there, and that that money does lend itself quite well to climate action. And there does seem to be low income waivers that we can build into that. So I just wanted to point that out. So that's number 2. See, I'm moving fast. Number 3 is safe routes to school. I wanted to know if there's support, because I think it got omitted, to put that back in. But I would like to ask the Complete Streets Commission to kind of do a status check, how is our Safe Routes program funding working? But I would like to include that. So through the mayor, may I see if there's support for adding that back in?
Yes. Can you describe what exactly is it?
So there's a line item here, item 18, which was $50,000. To, I believe our Safe Routes to School program went down to halftime or something because of the pandemic to save some money. And maybe some events or activities were suspended. So I would like to fully fund the Safe Routes efforts, but I do see a need to check in with like some kind of health check on how that's going, how that program's going.
I'm supportive. So
okay, so I got 1. I got 2. Oh, I got another one. Okay, so yay, Safe Routes. Okay, so that's 3 things. Okay, 4, you're not gonna like this one. The holiday light thing just kind of haunted me, and I'm having a really hard time with the $90,000 still. I would actually like to not fully fund that. I just have a hard time with that. So I'd actually like that to come back if possible, or to fund half of it now I could swallow. But the 90 is just so much money, and I just don't get it. Let me just finish, and then we can come back to that. And then my last thing is the ARP money and the American Rescue money. So my understanding, if I'm doing the math right, we're now going to be counting the full excess ERAF, which is, I believe, 1.81 million. And we're going to, I guess we have to see where all this money falls out, but we might actually be using less of the ARP if we're using the excess ERAF. So I just want to, as we look at kind of all of this, how this all nets out with excess ERAF and ARP, I just want to have like make sure we're not making kind of one-off decisions rapidly, and that we're looking at this vis-a-vis our stated priorities that we set earlier this year and a community conversation. And that my hope and desire is that we kind of take a step back and look at this stuff holistically on how we're going to spend some of this excess money potentially. So that was my comment about that. So my only open-ended thing then is the holiday lights. And I hate to have to bring it back up, but it was something that was just festering in me during this meeting.
No, totally fair. I don't remember where exactly we're at. So I know I was supportive of the full funding. I believe Councilmember Mueller was supportive of the full funding. Vice Mayor Nash had some concerns, and obviously, you have concerns. And so Councilmember Taylor, we're back at you. I'll go, Councilmember Willison shared her concerns. I think my pitch, again, as I said earlier, I'll just repeat that while I'm open to stepping back from the city's contributions going forward, I don't want to add that uncertainty to this programming this year. And I think this year it could have a lot of sort of psychic value for the community. Again, this is assuming that we're in a state where it is, or where we as a country in a world are in a position where it is safe to congregate, and again, like, yeah, or in that way. And so it's not 100% certain that it would even, we're in a position where we can do it, but if we can, I think it has immense value. So that's my pitch. So where are you at on this?
Thank you, Mayor Combs. And I do believe that it has value for some, but I'm really concerned that the new normal for some will actually get worse. And the value that we're putting on holiday lights is actually more than a lot of our employees make in a year. So I'm having difficulty, $90,000, but I'm looking at the teacher that's very important to all of us. And that person makes about $45,000 a year, $50,000 a year. So I'm looking at it in those terms. So that's the part I'm having difficulty with. I don't know if that helps to make a decision, Mayor Combs.
I don't know that it does. I'll go to Councilmember Mueller. My only, sort of response is that, what's the old sort of adage? You don't live by just sort of, food and water alone, right? We're not just sort of, it's not just about sort of utilitarian existence, that there are things that we do like art and other things. Ceremonies are traditions, right? That they provide real cultural value, but don't necessarily aren't needed for sustenance in some way. And so I get it. It's a big dollar figure. Like, everything you try to do around this place is a big dollar figure. Have you tried to renovate a kitchen? I have. I'm sure it's a lot cheaper in Georgia or North Carolina or lots of other places. It's an expensive place, and so I think that's what we where we're at. But I will go and let Councilmember Mueller comment, and then I'll come back to where I think we are on this.
Yeah, so I understand the feelings that my colleagues have when you look at this number, sort of in the abstract. But again, what I just point out to my colleagues is, it's those lights are up for a month. It is something for the entire downtown, all of the merchants. That's why there's such participation from the merchants downtown. We're always talking about how we're trying to attract people to downtown. Certainly does that. There's a reason why last year, when we only did one, that the business community came forward and did the other. It just adds a tremendous amount to the city. And when it's the expense, if you're looking at what the expense is compared to one person, it's a lot. When you look at the expenses compared to 40,000 people, that sort of gets broken down a bit. So what I support the full funding. I like similar to Councilmember Combs. Actually, I support the full funding, and I would look toward the expanding of funding to include. If there's a concern, it's not inclusive enough to bring in whatever would necessary to make it more inclusive. But the city events, every city event that we look at, we used to have, at one time we had, the city doing summer block party, plus a fitness extravaganza, plus, all sorts of events all over the city. And we haven't done that in, a year and a half. And you're talking about a time of year which traditionally, for a lot of families, people come together and celebrate all sorts of holidays at that turn of the year. And to be able to do that as a community is invaluable, and to celebrate that coming together as a community is invaluable. And so I get where we talk about wanting to expand it, but to talk about cutting away from it, especially this year, when there's such a yearning in our community to celebrate together and to be together again and to feel a sense of normalcy. I think there's plenty of money left in this budget to do other things, and we've certainly allocated money that wasn't part of this budget to do other things. And I think 45,000 is cutting away from this. I don't think that this will be. I think if that 45,000 means that the lights don't go forward, I think this council will be surprised at how disappointed the community will be. I think the community will be really incredibly disappointed that they're not going to be able to celebrate together in a city, in city events like this around the holiday season.
Thank you for those comments, Councilmember Mueller. And I'll add, I think it will be something that we'll hear a lot of disappointment from residents as a parent of young children who have taken them to that to the tree lighting on a number of occasions, or well, at that time it was just one kid. The other kid hasn't been alive long enough to see a tree lighting. I do think I think yeah, part of the value of the community is those services in the sense of community we provide to families, and this has been a key part of it every year. And last year, when it looks as though we weren't going to fund it, I did get a number of emails from and some calls from parents who expressed disappointment that their kids weren't going to be able to see the lights. And so but okay, so where are we at? I'll let you comment, Councilmember Willison, and then I can sort of summarize where I think we might be, and then we can go from there.
Yeah, as I have to say, this is a hard thing for me, because I think everyone knows I'm Jewish, and it's really shaky territory for a Jewish person to suggest, taking away something that a lot of residents care about so much. And I just want to acknowledge that I don't know, this is a hard topic. This is of all the topics we discuss, and we talk about a lot of really, really hard, serious topics, this one's hitting me in a really interesting way. And I think a lot of what we do is very personal, but for some reason, this one's really personal. I do want to acknowledge kind of the downtown business draw. We did fund, or I don't know if I was on council then. No, I was on council then. We did fund the lights downtown. And I think that is a lovely addition. I think it does add a lot to downtown. I think it brings people out, and it's very festive, and I get that. In terms of bringing children to an event to bring community together and to celebrate, my understanding that's not really what we're talking about, because as Ms. Nagaya talked about, this is solely for the lights, not for the event budget.
But I just want to correct you. If the trees aren't lit up, then you don't have an event.
So so I believe there's caroling. Honestly, I've never been to the event because it doesn't feel like it's for me. So I just want to put that out there. It's the scale and the excessiveness of this amount that I'm really having a hard time with. I mean, I don't know what it's like to plan a holiday Christmas event, but for me, and I'm not suggesting we do this, but it seems like you could get a couple Christmas trees and get the Boy Scouts to decorate them and have Santa and light those. Obviously that would be a much smaller scale, but the $90,000, I'm really struggling with that dollar amount. And so I don't know where we go from here, but
okay, so
I'm not going to support it. I'm just going to put it out there.
Okay, so then from what I'm seeing is that there isn't support for the Christmas lights, and so let's move on.
Can we please stop calling them Christmas lights? Because they're not. It really is a holiday tree. And I know members of many different faiths who go there who aren't Christian and who have sent me emails, and I think who you'll hear from, of different faiths who go to celebrate the holiday season there. And there are many faiths who aren't Christian who see those trees as part of the holiday season. So, but so are we not even funding half of it anymore? Is it completely out of the budget?
I think that we're not funding any of the lighting for the holiday Christmas tree, whatever you want to call them. Yeah, so the vice mayor has always expressed some concern in opposition to this. Councilmember Taylor said that this was double what people make as a salary, and so she was opposed to it. And Councilmember Willison said from, she's never gone to it. Culturally, she has some problems supporting it. And so so that is 3 votes in opposition as I see it to funding this. And so
can I ask?
I'm sorry, can I jump in? This is, I'll turn my video on as well. This is Tom Arberg, and I just want to make sure, the sincerest apologies, my first council meeting with you folks in Menlo Park, and I just want to make sure that when we're doing these modifications and sort of amendments, that we are doing them by resolution. And I kind of assumed that all of this was going to be done by a formal resolution toward the end, but if we're making decisions about, what we're going to fund and what we're not going to fund, right now, then we are going to need to kind of form that in a formal resolution. So if that was not the plan and we're going to do that at the end, that's fine. But I just want to make sure that that's clear.
Yeah, no, thanks. No, it will be done at the end as part of staff will sort of feed back to us all of their understanding of the direction on all of these individual items. And that will be baked into the overall motion as in the staff recommendation. And so we'll vote on it in total. So yeah, I'm no, totally fair.
I was getting nervous when you guys were like, so we're not doing this. It's like, oh no.
Yeah, I was saying we're not doing it, and it'll be baked into to the motion. No, totally fair. I know you're doing your job. So definitely.
Okay. Thank you.
Feel free to.
Mayor Combs, may I finish?
Okay, and then I'm going to go to Councilmember Wilson. Please finish.
So my question would be then, is because when we first came to this topic in the budget, what I indicated was, if people are going to be against it, please let us know. So now we know. And the reason why I wanted to have that fleshed out now, and I thank my colleagues for being candid and direct about that, is because we want to give people enough time that they can try to fundraise privately if that's something that members of the community want to do. But my question is, now, is the council opposed to allowing the tree in Fremont Park to be privately funded?
I don't know, since the objection isn't mine. But if the basis seems to be that there is some lack of equity here, then it would seem as though that would go towards the usage of any city resources for this, which could be considered a cultural religious event. I would think that, like, if you're taking that stance, right, then that stance would be would include any utilization of city property or city resources. But again, the opposition isn't mine, so I want to give those who do have the opposition. But then I do also want to move on. And land somewhere. So I'll go with Councilmember. I'm sorry, please finish, Councilmember Mueller.
No, so then that was what I was asking my colleagues is, look, is there, basically where we're landing now, I can't tell if this means that there will be no lights in Bellhaven or in Burgess, or is it just Fremont Park because it's the big ticket item? Are we saying no lights anywhere? And are we excluding the possibility of allowing a private funding to come forward to utilize the Fremont Park tree or anywhere else? And it's fine. I just want to give people, if that's what the council majority wants to do, I understand, but I want to let people know in advance so that they don't start to do work in advance on this issue.
Okay, thanks. So we'll start with Councilmember Taylor and then go to Councilmember Willison and then end with the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. The answer to the first part of your question, Councilmember Mueller, is no. I am not saying no to any tree lighting any place in Menlo Park. I am saying no to the dollar amount. That's my position.
Okay, and just so we're understanding the entire, any dollar amount? Like,
No, you could say half, you could say a third, you could say 10%. I'm not supportive of 90.
Okay, but I need you to say exactly what you're supportive of, because I you know, between $1 and $90,000, where you at as far as what you will support. And if it's zero, then that's fine. But I do need a dollar figure for moving this debate along.
Okay, it's not zero. I don't know, based on what Ms. Nagaya said earlier. I don't know, since we contract out to do it. So maybe if we didn't, and whatever that cost would be, it's staff time. I don't know what that value is. I would do half.
Okay, so Councilmember Taylor could be supportive of $45,000. Okay, Councilmember Willison.
Thank you. Ms. Nagaya, will you please remind me, how much did we spend last year on these trees?
Yeah, thank you, council members. So we've been able to check files. I can tell you the tree at Fremont Park is $40,000. But the other data I don't have at my fingertips, because we didn't know you were going to have questions about this in detail tonight. So I don't have that information. I think if you want to talk about this further, we could bring something back that does provide that breakdown of information. But we do need to provide direction to the contractor about the scope of what they do by September. So there's have a fairly narrow window and fairly heavy council meeting agendas between now and that time as well. So just that's kind of what we've been able to gather over the last couple minutes.
Yeah, if I could chime in, I would not like to wait. If there is this possibility of giving the community some indication of what the council is or not doing in this area, I don't think we should wait till September. And given the agenda, I really want to be sort of done with this issue for the most part now.
So I'd be willing to okay what we did last year in terms of the finances of this. So whatever we spent last year, I'd be okay spending this year. So I guess it was 40 at Fremont. I don't particularly think it's I do that. I do think that we need to have a conversation. If this goes to Parks and Rec, I think there needs to be a conversation about this whole topic. And I just, it is a Christmas tree. It just is. Yeah, we can talk about that. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, and I would just, it's a Christmas tree. I never said it's not. And you know, every year sort of, and to be transparent, I'm not, certainly I was raised in the Christian tradition. I'm not particularly religious. I can't tell you the last time I was in a church. But you know, thousands of communities across the country and across the world, you know, put up Christmas trees, right? And use public dollars for Christmas trees. And so we can be a community, we cannot be one of those communities. That's totally fine. But I do think then we should clearly telegraph that, like, we're not going to be the community that we're not going to be one of those communities. And that would be a break from this community's tradition, right? And so clearly in sort of, you know, put the reasoning and logic behind that, like that you know, we don't feel that this is equitable, or whatever the reason that thousands of communities that don't sponsor and buy Christmas trees, and put up Christmas lights, the reasons that they use to support that rationale. But okay, but Council Member Willison has said that she could be supportive of what was done last year. Last year was Fremont and something in Bellhaven. And so I think, and so then not the certainly not El Camino Ravenswood. I think that falls in line with sort of Councilmember Taylor's support of I think $45,000 or something in that area. She said, and so, and obviously since I and Councilmember Mueller are supportive of the full amount, in theory, of course, we would be supportive of a lesser amount. And so I think we can have our direction on this and move on. Okay, so I didn't see that one being one of the more contentious items. So at this point, I think we've wrapped up the items on the Councilmember Mueller. I'm so sorry. I apologize if I expressed or spoke for you as far as support on that item. Please comment.
No, it's okay. I mean, I was just going to actually suggest a different item to discuss that
okay, sure.
at the last meeting. But I would say, I appreciate you both want to, call it a Christmas tree. And I do know families of different faiths who go there who don't. And so in the interest of being inclusive, you might consider what they call it with their family. But that's fine. So I wanted to move on and just real quickly touch on the recreation coordinator position that was discussed at the last meeting, because I think we need to have an explanation of why it's not in the budget at the present time. And at the last meeting, I discussed it at length that I thought it should be returned to a recreation coordinator classification as opposed to a senior program assistant. This is actually a source of disagreement still between city management and myself. I don't know where my colleagues land on this issue. And so I still strongly believe that it should be a recreation coordinator position. However, it is a strong disagreement, and the law is very clear that city manager is the manager of the city. And so, and is in charge of staffing decisions. And so even if we were to direct that this be funded tonight, the city manager doesn't want to fund it and put someone into the position, they don't have to. And so that's what the law is. And that's also what the duty of ethics is for a city council member. So I still want to state for the record, I disagree with this decision, and for the reasons I stated in the last meeting, but I also am ethically bound by the law of how a city is run. And so, I'm disappointed that we haven't reached agreement on this, but it's not the first time I haven't reached agreement with city management on something, and hopefully we'll be able to revisit it again in the future, depending how my colleagues feel about it.
Thank you, Councilmember Mueller. Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. And Councilmember Mueller, I may have missed the part of the discussion in a previous meeting. I'm looking at the salary chart. So if you could just give me a little bit more information. The coordinator position is being reclassified, or is it already reclassified and it needs to be reclassified back?
So it had gone away, it had gone away in last year cuts. It was being brought back, but it was being brought back as at a different designation, a lower designation, so that it is. So I mean, I should have professional staff explain why it's coming back at the designation it is, but it's not coming back at the position level it was prior. This does actually sort of tie into our last topic of discussion, because this was the position that handled special events for the city. And as you can tell from our last discussion, I think special events are pretty darn important for the community, especially going into a time coming out of COVID when the person's going to be having to navigate the ins and outs of the pandemic and putting together special events. So I believe that that should stay at that level of at the level it had been at prior. I'm not going to speak for professional staff, but there was a difference of opinion as to that. And so I wanted to come back the way it was prior. It hasn't tonight. Professional staff has made that judgment.
And would the action be for, because I'm supportive of it, what you're recommending. And so what would the action be? Or is it, since it's out of our control, it's what you said earlier, it's in the city manager's hands. So how do we move forward, Councilmember Mueller? Because I'm supportive.
I don't think, I think this is, I mean, we can, if we wanted to, we could authorize it in the budget to come back as a recreation coordinator. But ultimately, professional city management decides who they want to hire and what position they want to put people in. So we can make that motion tonight and put it into the budget that way. But you know, we do not have the power to direct the city manager to hire for the position. And so
Councilmember Mueller, just so though, but would you be supportive of that line of action? Again, we all know that the city manager has exclusive control over hiring those under in the org chart under her, and so she can hire, they can hire or not hire this position. But are you proposing that nonetheless we still, you know, as a statement or whatever, give this direction to the city to have this sort of recreation coordinator position come back at the higher level?
Well, I think we did that at our last meeting, and so we gave the you know, there was consensus at the last meeting, the direction to include it in the budget. I think so. I would be supportive of still including it in the budget, that position be created.
Yeah, totally fair. So I think Councilmember Taylor expressed support for that. For me, as I sit here, it's hard for me to overrule, even though it's not, again, to the point really overruling, because the staff can, in this situation, the city manager can still do exactly what she wants to do. But as a sort of symbolic statement, even, it's hard for me to make the decision that I would overrule and say that they have to bring back the position at a specific level. One, because I don't know, like, I don't think I know enough about the industry, the marketplace, the leveling, and what sort of talent you get at different levels, where I feel that, like, sort of me putting my judgment in place of the city staff would makes the most sense. And so that's where I would, you know, I would stand on the issue. But Councilmember Willison and Vice Mayor Nash, what are your thoughts? Yeah, Councilmember Willison.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with Mayor Combs on this one and defer to the city manager.
Vice Mayor Nash.
I'm inclined to do the same.
Okay. All right, so then that's thank you, Councilmember Mueller, for bringing this back up, because obviously, Councilmember Taylor.
I'm sorry to ask this. Does this mean this person loses a job?
No, that's not my understanding. I don't, again, because it's a personnel issue, I don't think we should go into any greater detail. And certainly you are very much welcome to follow up with the city manager. But I think it is comfortable for me to say that we're not talking about anyone losing a job.
Right, no one will lose a job. And I'm happy to take this offline with you, Councilmember Taylor.
Okay. Okay, so then I think we're in Vice Mayor Nash, did you want to, are you good? Okay. So then I think we're at the point where Mr. Figueros.
you, Mr. Mayor. If I may suggest, staff has maintained a running list of what we heard to have that the opportunity to compare notes with Mr. Jacobson. I'm sorry, can you not hear me?
You were going in and out, but I think maybe we may have solved the issue.
My apologies for that. If I may request a brief recess so that Mr. Jacobson and I can compare, sure that we captured council direction correctly, and I'd like to actually post it on the screen so that just everyone knows what we're doing. I'm concerned the volume is significant. I want to make sure we didn't miss anything.
Okay, would people be comfortable with, and I'll definitely acknowledge you, Councilmember Mueller, taking a dinner break here and coming back at 8:20?
Thank you.
Councilmember, but I need to acknowledge Councilmember Mueller first. Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, I just wanted to see if there, since all the information is going to be compiled, I wanted to see if there was any support on the council for setting aside money to start which will need to be scoped for if it comes back to us, but setting aside money in the budget for the EIR for making some part of the downtown street closure permanent.
Thank you, Councilmember Mueller, for bringing this back up. You did touch on this, and so yeah. Let's go around. I don't know if at this moment I would be supportive, just because I feel there's lots of X factors still still out there, and so and it's it can be a big, obviously EIRs are a big undertaking, and given the staff deficiencies at the moment, but where are others at on this? So Councilmember Willison.
Yeah, I'll comment on that, and then I had one more thing to bring up that
Okay.
I raised my hand for. But I believe like the excess ERAF and the ARP, like these are conversations I'd like to have vis-a-vis our priorities. And I think that reimagining downtown, reimagining public safety, all these things were on the list, but I think this is kind of jumping to the solution, and I think we should look a little broader at the downtown area before we commit to one path. I'm not opposed to doing it. I'm not ready, and I'd rather bring it back as a larger discussion about downtown. The thing I was going to bring up, I just see it pending on the list on this attachment D. It was the gymnastics. And so my understanding is that we're not going to do the 30,000 in the program delivery option, but that they're going to come back as soon as possible with how we can just restart gymnastics and what that'll take. So I just wanted to make sure we just went through every item.
Yeah, yeah, okay. So yeah, that's my understanding. And so Mr. Figueros gave the thumbs up. So yeah, I think that's where the majority was at. And so, but going back to the sort of the EIR about the possible permanent closure of Santa Cruz in certain blocks. Vice Mayor Nash, Councilmember Taylor, where are you guys at?
Mayor Combs, can I just add a little bit more?
Oh, of course, please.
The reason why I bring this up to you all is because when the governor's emergency order ends, the downtown improvements and street closures will have to end because they are only allowed right now per the governor's emergency order. So if we do not embark on doing an EIR to make these permanent, the minute the governor's emergency order is gone, those streets will have to reopen. And so again, and other cities around us are starting to embark on these studies. So I raise that to your attention that if we have any thought that we are going to want to continue these past the governor's emergency order on any of these blocks, I would be hopeful that we'd be able to set aside money in the budget for that.
And just a quick follow-up question, Councilmember Mueller, would that pertain also to like sort of the parklets, and so the portion of on-street parking that we have allowed the restaurants to utilize? would that also need to go away with the governor's emergency order, or just the the aspects where there's the actual street has been blocked?
So the parklets, so my understanding is that the reason why we don't have to do that for parklets where we're just taking up parking is because that was included in the downtown specific plan EIR. But for instance, where Walgreens is and Left Bank and Bistro Vita, all of what is currently in the street would have to go away. And so if people are comfortable with that, I personally think there's a tremendous amount of support in the community, at least to leave that there and do the EIR for that and actually improve upon it. So that's why I raise it, because boy, if we are serious, or even if we're not, and even if we don't know yet, we still need to budget money for it now, and set aside for that if it's something that we're going to embark on within the next year. And my belief would be that we can bet the governor's emergency order will go away at some point this year. Fingers crossed, if we continue to see an easing of the pandemic.
Vice Mayor Nash.
So I'm very supportive of doing what we can to keep that block open and to generally look at what it would take to close Santa Cruz Avenue, leave that option open. I'm just, without having any more information, including exactly what, just without any scoping at all, I am nervous about putting something into the budget which we know nothing about. So I support doing an EIR if that's what it takes to do it. I just don't, without having more information, I hesitate to do that. And because we are coming back to the budget, I guess what I'd love to hear is, are we precluding doing that if we do not put it in the budget tonight? Because I am supportive of doing that if that's what it takes.
I mean, I'll defer to the city manager, but my understanding is, look, when we have all sorts of stuff in the CIP that hasn't been budgeted for, that has been budgeted for, but the plans and scoping hasn't been done yet. You put money aside, candidly, you put money in the budget, and then from that budget, you draw from it to do your scoping. So, there would have to be at some point, the first step is there's money set aside. So what would happen, I guess, is we could at some point say to staff later on, we want you to look at this, and they're going to say, well, this is what the allocation is that you'll need to take from reserve or from some funding source, and then they would scope it then. Or we could say, we know that we want to do this eventually this year and look at this, or maybe we don't, but we think there's a good chance that we want to look at it and have it scoped at some point this year. So we'll create a budget allocation to start with. And then because we're setting aside all the monies now, and then we'll come back and revisit it on a future council agenda item and discuss with staff what the scoping for that might look like, make sure that the budget and amount of money is correct. Maybe it's more, maybe it's less, and then embark on the project. But, that would be a way forward.
Vice Mayor Nash.
I'd love to hear from the city manager, please.
Well, I agree with Councilmember Mueller. We can do it either way. If the council wanted to give us general direction tonight that this is an area of interest to you and that it has priority to you, then we can certainly look into it. And come back with options to present to you on the best ways that we could keep Santa Cruz closed, if that is your overall direction to us.
Thanks. And so is that direction, Vice Mayor Nash, that you would be willing to give? I'm assuming obviously Councilmember Mueller would be willing to give that direction. And it is, this is a priority. Can you go and explore ways in which we can make this happen, or start the process by which we could possibly make this happen?
So I absolutely want to prioritize this, but I don't feel like I have enough information as to what the resource needs are, what it would take, and if it's absolutely necessary before and what effect it has on other high priorities. So yes, it's a priority, but I also want to weigh it against other priorities that we have. And hear if it's, I guess, hear from our city attorney whether it's absolutely necessary, if there's any other way around it.
Council Member Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. I'm supportive of, I support Vice Mayor Nass's position. Is it possible to do a study session and to talk through this a little bit more in depthly and have more information available?
I think it certainly is possible. I think the issue becomes resources, right? If we're putting together a study session, that's staff time, and that staff time that doesn't go to something else. Like, again, like if I'm against something that is, been I've been passionate about, right, the sort of the parks master plan, right, and the implementation of some elements of that, and the possible pulling down of additional sort of Measure T funds. We haven't gotten back to that, right? And so, like, I mean, that's just one thing. Does this jump over that, right? And I wouldn't certainly be supportive of that. And so I don't know, like, right? And so that's where my concern is. But I think that the concern is, like, or the issue is there support for the majority? And if there is, then obviously the city manager will have her direction. Vice Mayor Nash, and then Councilmember Mueller.
So I'd like to see if we could give it to the city attorney and get some sort of framing around it before we, I'm not comfortable with putting it in as a budget amendment right now at this last hour without having more information. I am fully supportive of doing what we can to maintain the economic and enhance the economic vitality downtown.
All right. And so just so your direction, Vice Mayor, would be for the city attorney to explore, what would be the options by which we could make permanent the from like, again, a legal regulatory sort of analysis, and if it is definitely the case that there is this this EIR route or some other route. Is that essentially what you're saying, or something different?
Yes, just is this necessary? Is there another way around it? And then just any sort of scoping as to what it would take, so we know what it pushes. We can't do it all. It's
totally fair. Council Member Mueller, and then I'll go to the Assistant City Attorney.
Yeah, so I'll just say, I respect my colleagues' opinions on this. I strongly believe that residents in the city are very supportive of the downtown street closures in the areas that they have been successful. And I think if we were able to poll them, they'd say it's a very high priority to them. So, but candidly, saying that we're going to have city staff work on it is just drawing from a different portion of the budget. I mean, someone's got to pay our city attorney to do this work, and someone's going to have to pay city staff to scope it and answer all these questions. It's just, we're not budgeting from it. We're drawing it from the administrative budget to do it. So, it's fine. I just really appreciate, candidly, I just very much appreciate the support in asking the city attorney and staff to start working on it. I think it's something that we need to start working on right away. And I think the sooner that this council can make a decision if they want to do it, I think the better, in the interest of transparency, because we constantly hear from residents where they say, we want action in the downtown. There's action that we took because of the pandemic. It's been very well received, been very good outcome in parts of the downtown where it's been utilized. And I think now we need to be very transparent in, are we going to work to keep it or not?
The Assistant City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. I just want to be sure that I'm clear on kind of what our direction is from the council. So as far as I understand, we are being tasked with doing some research into and perhaps writing a memo or some sort of outline of the regulatory framework and the ability that the city has to kind of make permanent downtown street closures as well as parklets.
I think it would just be downtown street closures.
Okay,
would
for
be-
the purposes of
Yeah.
like pedestrian access and
Yeah.
got
Yeah.
it.
And we don't know that that's the direction yet. We'll see if there's a majority there, but but yeah, if there is a majority, that is the direction as I'm hearing it.
Okay, thank you.
The vice mayor, and then I'll go to the assistant city manager.
So thank you. I actually have already spoken or wrote an email to the city attorney about this a week ago, at which point they thought that city attorney Doherty thought that she was not sure that it would require an EIR. And that's why I'm hesitating and want to make sure that that's what's required before we go and proceed and do this. And so, yes, I would like to have this looked into. And Councilmember Mueller and I have talked about this and thought that we would go after the entire street. And it doesn't mean that we would close the entire street down, but it would give us options.
Okay, thanks for that clarity. And so what the what then? Well, then yeah, that definitely has to. That would be a EIR. I mean, I can tell you that, and I'm not the city's attorney.
Well,
but if you're talking about like how we close down all of Santa Cruz, or if that's just the sort of the base, the benchmark you want to set, then yeah, that definitely is an EIR. Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, I mean, to be clear, what we were talked about, well, at least from my perspective, what we talked about is if we were going to go through the expense of an EIR, then what you do is you study as much as possible and then you compare back, right? Because if you're going to pay for an EIR, you might as well study as much as you can and then make a decision what you're going to include or not. You don't want to get to the end of the process and not done it. But the thinking at that time was one direction on Santa Cruz that we've been utilizing. So at least from my perspective, that we would study and then pair and then, take input from the community, take input from business owners, and then pair back. But certainly, I certainly believe there's very strong support for at least one block of Santa Cruz to remain closed. So, and I'm not trying to put my colleagues on the spot here. Like I just don't want to be caught in a situation where the governor's emergency order ends and we're turning to what's become a community amenity and saying, tear it all out now, because you can't stay. And that would be there'd be investment lost. There would be, it would be a tragedy based on how that community amenity is trying to be used.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Mueller. But I think what I'm getting from you and the Vice Mayor, though, are two different things. Like, is it about like what minimally do we need to do to retain that community amenity if the governor's emergency order changes? Or is it sort of, and that's one thing, and that I would be sort of supportive of saying, well, let's have the city attorney sort of look at that. But if it is like the larger process of closing down Santa Cruz, and I'm not supportive of having the city attorney look at that, because that would be a waste of time, because I know exactly that there's okay. I'm gonna.
The idea is, if we're going to do an EIR, let's do one that encompasses enough that we don't have to go back. But no, the intention is not to extend it beyond what we're talking about. It's to try and preserve what we currently have.
And Councilmember, and I'm sorry, and Mayor Combs, look, my understanding of the direction right now is just to ask. My understanding of the direction, it's not mine, but the direction is to just ask the city attorney what the regulatory framework is, because different council members may decide, look, we just want to. So I guess the city attorney would come back and say, for the whole street, you need an EIR. For just this portion of the street, perhaps you don't. I'd be surprised if we didn't, but perhaps you don't. Because I remember at the time we did the first parklets, we didn't do that many to begin with. It was only a few, and it was like, thank goodness we've done an EIR. So, but I'm just happy we're having the conversation and moving it forward. We can pull from the administrative budget right now to do the preliminary work, but the sooner that we can make a decision upon what's going to be necessary and create, and if there's more budget necessary, put that aside. I think it's really important. I think this is a high priority project to a lot of residents.
Councilmember Willison, and then we're going to go to a break.
Yeah, I just, Councilmember Mueller, I really appreciate you flagging this for us and bringing it to our attention. I want to say that. I do think it makes, while I know you know a lot about these rules and stuff, I do want to just vet it by our city attorney and see what she thinks. And we can always come back for a budget amendment if we need to go that route. So, but I do want to thank you for raising the issue. So I think I'm aligned with Mayor Combs and Vice Mayor Nash at this point on directing the city attorney to look into it for us.
And just so clear, and that would be sort of like a memo to this. The follow-up would be like a memo to City Council and what added to the consent calendar, or as an informational item. Is that how we're seeing this? Okay, so there's complete. I mean, obviously, it'd be a memo to the City Council, but just so there's complete transparency to the public. However, that's done, whether it's an informational item or consent calendar. But yeah, so okay, and I'm supportive of that. I think. So yeah, I think we're set there. Okay, so let's do a dinner break now and come back at 8:40, and hopefully staff will have the synopsis of the direction we've given regarding the budget.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, I ask that the City Council disengage their webcams and microphone and only engage your webcams when you return. Thank you. Welcome back. Having all, oh, we'll wait for Vice Mayor. My apologies. Hello. So having all members of the City Council return to our virtual dais, Mayor Combs, you may reconvene the meeting.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. And so I think staff in the form of Mr. Jacobson or Mr. Figueros will outline for us their understanding of council direction, and then and then we'll have an motion to incorporate that into the staff recommended actions.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Give me just a second. I will try to share everything all on one screen. Let's see if I can pull it off. I don't know that I can. I may have to do, I thought I could share a picture, but I don't know that I can. So I may have to share them side by side. So we'll first start with the list as changed by City Council. Is that visible at this point?
Yes. Can you make it any larger?
Looks like about as large as I can make it while fitting on one screen. So running down the list, what we have is the first one is to adjust the American Rescue Plan Act funds to reduce the amount necessary to balance the general fund. So that one is pending. There are a couple of these numbers that will change. Most of them are in red. I will highlight the one that's not when we get to it. On reference number R3, excess ERAF, the change was to include it 100%, which is an additional 1.81 million in the revenue category. Reference number R4, use of fund balance, that increases by the same amount being used to budget for lower than anticipated investment returns by CalPERS. That's 1.46 million from the Strategic Pension Reserve. Moving down to reference number 4, the Heritage Tree Ordinance Implementation and Downtown Maintenance Team. This is reduced to 4 FTEs, so that removes 1 maintenance worker. This number is an estimate in terms of the cost, so the FTEs are changed for that. Number 8 is the next change, so the direction to staff is to return with analysis for what 1 additional FTE would do. Next change is to reference number 14. So the financial management organizational resilience. This is reduced to 1 FTE, removing the finance and budget manager, and the direction is to return with additional analysis there. The next is reference number 15, budgeting for lower than anticipated investment returns by CalPERS. So this is to include, the direction is to include at the 6.5% discount rate level and to use the strategic pension reserve. Number 16, the gymnastics program delivery options. Staff understands this to be return with analysis as soon as possible with what that requires. Number 17, and this is the one where the number is not changed pending what that actual number is, but it will be a smaller number than 90,000. The staff understands the direction to be restore at fiscal year 2020-21 levels. So that's the current fiscal year, which would have included the last holiday season. And then on number 18, restoration of safe routes to school services, the direction staff understands is to restore these and send to the Complete Streets Commission to study. And for the, so those are the changes. This does reduce the additional FTE addition to 22.5. That is exclusive of the 1/2 senior civil engineer, which is was incorporated into the adopted city council priorities. So this, from the sort of back of the envelope math, results in what would be approximately 2.14 million use of American Rescue Plan Act funds as a transfer to the general fund to balance out the general fund budget. Is there anything in this list that does not match council direction this evening?
Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs, and thank you, Mr. Jacobson, for emailing that document. I appreciate it. So I actually am not disagreeing with anything on here, but just to get a little more clarity around I think there's 6 positions. I don't know the line item number.
Is that number 12, the restoration of library and community services programs?
Yes. So just a little clarity on the positions. They're all library, half library, and I think we did have a discussion about this. I just do not remember the breakdown. And I'm also looking at the wages as well for 6 employees, because that's what this is.
So the numbers incorporated here are the fully burdened costs. So this is not only direct wages, but also all of the associated fringe benefits. So that includes healthcare, retirement, additional insurances, and things like general liability and workers' comp.
And then, and where can I go to look at, because are all 6 positions the same, or are they different positions and different roles? And I think we had a breakdown of that on one of our staff reports.
So there are a number of different positions. The best place is in the transmittal letter. This one has a breakdown of the various different positions.
Okay.
There are a number of half-time as well as a number of full-time equivalent positions in there, and the anticipated roles for those are outlined in the transmittal letter.
Okay, I will look at that. Thank you.
Councilmember Willison.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobson, and thanks to you and Mr. Pegueros for taking your dinner break to do this. So what's red? Because some things are now being, what does the red represent?
So the red were changes that could be reasonably quantified based on the numbers that we had available. So there were some estimates in there, for instance, the changes to number 4 and number 14. Those are my back of the envelope estimates for the changes to the costs. The FTEs are, of course, a little bit more straightforward.
Okay, so, but like, why isn't number 15 red? I'm just like, I'm confused about, because some things are edited, like omitted. So this isn't, you haven't updated like the omitted pending stuff or the,
so
it's
what I
all
did
about the notes category.
So I didn't want to change the action that was in there, given that that was part of the staff report already, and that was the direction given by council on June 8th. So I added the additional column to track those changes. So for instance, number 15, the budgeting for lower than anticipated returns, that number didn't change. It is known to be 1.46.
Okay, but now it's just hard to tell what's being added and what's making up the numbers.
So only items with some text in the final direction column were changed in terms of the totals.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Okay, are any other questions? I do want to sort of make the note, and this goes back to the comments of the assistant city attorney, and sort of obviously we didn't take actual votes or resolutions in connection with the individual action items, but just sort of did a polling of where the council was. And so in theory, obviously, like I'm going to vote for the budget in the entirety in these changes. But obviously there are elements of it that in theory I voted against initially, like, right, the whole thing. I voted for it before I was against it. I was against it before I was for it. And so I do want to, I think, again, for the sake of efficiency, and I'm fine with it, but I ran the meeting that we weren't taking these individual votes, but that, like, I was respecting, when I was in the minority, the majority of the council on those items, and that I'm comfortable in voting for the entirety of the budget recommendations we're making. But obviously acknowledging that there are points at which my vote was what did not carry the day, or my side did not carry the day for some of these items. So then if we believe it's all here, then Happy to. Vice Mayor Nash.
So I had a chance to go back and look at the discussion item that Councilmember Mueller brought forward and Councilmember Taylor supported. And I actually would like to switch my vote on that so that I do support that being added to. I'm not sure how it would be. This is on the position for the reclassification of the recreation.
Coordinator at the higher level, as it existed before.
That's correct.
Okay, I think
I don't know what that means or how that puts plays out, but I just did want to note that I will flip sides.
Okay. Mr. Pigueros, do you want to sort of share how on the staff side you record that or take note of that?
Vice Mayor, the recommendation or with Vice Mayor Nash's amendment to her earlier comment or to her earlier position, what we will do is that it impacts the expenditure budget by some amount that we don't have available right now, and we will make that budgetary amendment to the personnel. So I would just, I think this would fall under the category of administrative corrections as we go through the budget process. But there's really nothing to reflect on this or the next document.
Thank you, Mr. Pigueros. Happy to entertain a motion if we believe it's all here. Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. I am not proposing a motion at the moment. So we have an opportunity to actually cut some items here. So I support 50% of it or 75% of it. And I'm just going back to like the restoration of library and community services. In the transmittal letter from the city manager, there's actually 7 positions here. And I know that we added 2 positions about 2 months ago that are to support the child care programs. So do we have an option to cut, or I make recommendations that instead of having 6 staff added to have 4?
Well, certainly you can make any recommendation you want. Yeah, you can make that recommendation. Is
so for number 12, just looking at the transmittal letter, there's 7 positions here. There's 6 positions on what is in front of us. So the full-time senior program assistant, is that the coordinating position that we were just talking about? That's one question I have. And then the other, I'm just looking at, do we really need a full-time library and community services manager? So instead of 7 or 6 or whatever the total is, cutting it by at least 1 or 2. I'm just looking at head count.
Let me go to Vice Mayor Nash and then I'll go to you, Mr. Pigueros.
Actually, we may be saying the same thing. I believe that we already cut the library and community services manager, and that's how we went from 7 to 6.
6. So any other, Councilmember Willison?
I'd building on not Mayor Taylor, Councilmember Taylor, building on Councilmember Taylor's question, Mr. Reinhardt, what would be the impact to your department if you were funded with 4 positions instead of 6? Like, what would be the delta of what we would get and how would that impact you? And then I know we're not going to be hiring 1 million people at once. So is this something where we could hire 4 or some subset back and then see how we're doing and come back for a budget amendment kind of thing if needed, if you feel you need more staff? So I don't know if Mr. Reinhardt's here or someone can speak to that department.
I'm here, council member. Thank you for the question. The answer to your question, I think it depends on what positions the council members proposing to not include in the enhancements. So that the specific answer would sort of it would be dependent on the specific positions being contemplated to not be added. But in general, it would simply mean a lower level of enhancement of existing services as we pivot to reopening. So depending on which positions, fewer weekend or evening rec center drop-in hours or library hours, things of that nature.
Thank you, Mr. Reinhardt. Is there something that the council wants to do with that information? Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. I don't want to hold up the process here with the budget. I go back to the statement I said earlier. I'm concerned about supporting this, and tomorrow, whenever the meeting is that happens with the unions and those things get finalized, that the majority of the staff that we laid off won't be coming back. And when I see these positions, the number of headcount that we're adding, the number of headcount that we cut, because we ask how many people we laid off, what percentage of them are coming back. So that's my concern with this, but I don't want to hold up the process.
Vice Mayor Nash.
Well, I just want to state that I'm also interested in what percentage of the people who were laid off would be returning to their jobs. I don't know if that's an easy answer or not.
If I may, Mr. Mayor.
Mm-hmm.
Vice Mayor Nash, that is not an easy answer, and we are. I just want to reaffirm what I said earlier. We are contractually obligated to rehire and provide first right of refusal to those employees that were eliminated, that were laid off during the budget process last year. If information comes to our attention that has somehow been overlooked or violated, it will be remedied without delay. I have full confidence in our human resources team and the department management that they understand the council's interest in returning and employees who lost their positions. That said, we can't force people to work for us. And if they've moved on due to the budget cuts, there are a number of situations where that has occurred to my knowledge, then they are not available for rehire. We can offer them their job, but they can decline it. So I'm not entirely certain that the percentage returning to work is a particularly relevant point at this point in the budget process.
Thank you, Mr. Pigueros. Vice Mayor Nash.
I guess I'm wondering if the library, if Mr. Reinhardt has any thoughts about which of the positions might be able to be delayed if we were to, of number 12, realizing that library and community services is very important to our city and our community, but we also have a lot of hiring that's going to be going on, and just if he were to prioritize, is there any way to prioritize any of these?
Let Mr. I'm going to recognize Mr. Pigueros, and then I'll go to Mr. Reinhardt.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I understand Vice Mayor Nash's question correctly. There is a concern about the increase in headcount in library and community services resulting from the proposal before you this evening. I do want to highlight that bringing back gymnastics will add likely another 7 FTE. That was the service level that we had prior to the pandemic. We understand that council's direction is to increase and restore those services. And so it would be helpful for us to understand now if that is with respect to gymnastics and any other sort of position restorations or program restorations, if headcount is the primary consideration for council at this point. We'd like to restore the programs that were cut, and they are detailed in the transmittal letter by position and request which services those FTEs will support.
Yeah, I think I have to chime in. I don't know if there's something I'm missing. I don't know what's prompting the sort of the narrowing down into like the head count, right? Because again, we've tried to give head count in places where the staff has said we don't know that we've sort of scoped out for that head. And here we're sort of taking away head count that staff has asked for. And I don't know like sort of the logic behind it. If the logic behind it is like specifically sort of budgetary, then I think that that's like how we should be looking at it and telling, you know, staff that like this is the budget you have for personnel, and what you do with it is you know of part of your job. But I don't know like sort of like what we're getting by sort of narrowing down and saying like, well, what if we take away 2 heads here? And I don't know where that fits into the big sort of policy role that we're supposed to be playing. So let me cycle through the council, and then I'll go back to the assistant city manager. Councilmember Willison.
I think that's a fair question, Mayor Combs, that you raise. I think unless we are prepared to do reimagining library and community services and look at service levels and start talking about what offerings we want to be giving our residents right now, which could be a valid exploration to have. I'm guessing our plate is pretty full at the moment. Then I'm inclined to go ahead and support these 6 positions at this time. You know, I would be curious to look at kind of where we're at, especially kind of where we were pre-pandemic, where we are, what we did during the pandemic, and then where we're going. But I don't know if now is the place to do that. So because of that reason, I'm comfortable at this point moving forward with these 6 positions. But I think it's a worthy conversation to have at some point.
Yeah, and just to sort of piggyback on that, I do think it is a worthy conversation to engage in very specifically, and looking at like how many per department people were laid off and how many were bringing back, not to sort of dictate in like who and how many staff hires, but certainly to have that data point and making our own sort of policy decisions. And maybe it is that others on the council have greater sort of visibility than I, but for me, it's like, I don't know how I would proceed in an exercise of just sort of kind of pulling headcount, or in the reverse, sort of giving headcount where staff I've engaged in neither sort of exercise of saying, let me take staff away, or let me give you staff that you haven't asked for. Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs, and you bring up an excellent point. One of the reasons that I brought it up is looking at the head count, but also looking at I'm looking at the wages. And so to have 6 people at 100,000 versus 2 people at 300,000. And then I'm also looking at positions position titles. We've changed titles. We combined the library and community services. So now it's changing titles on people's position. Does that change the dynamic when we rehire or offer somebody their job back? Well, maybe their job title doesn't exist anymore. So I'm just looking at just overall with position titles, and then also the number of positions, and then also the wages. I don't know if anyone has actually really studied the salary chart, but our lowest wage is $37,000 a year. And if it's correct at the bottom of the salary chart, that may be a full-time wage. And so at a policy level, policy discussion, is this a place where the council can have impact? The city of Menlo Park won't pay any of their employees less than $50,000 a year, a livable wage, as opposed to looking at a salary chart and saying, my gosh, who makes that kind of money and how can they survive off of it? So I'm kind of looking at it in those terms, and how we can have impact, changing that dynamic, because I think there is an issue with wage inequity with our salary schedule.
Thank you, Councilmember Taylor. City Manager Figueros, Assistant City Manager Figueros.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Nash, or Councilmember Taylor is absolutely correct that there are wide ranges in our salary schedule. For the vast majority of those ranges, those are all meet and confer items that the council needs to provide direction to labor negotiators to approach the unions on a policy change, which typically occurs in closed session. I just am concerned about the comment relative to pay inequity. The city does not have pay inequity. The salary schedule may, and the salary schedule is based on market surveys that do every attempt possible to look at total compensation, which is not just wage, it also is benefits, including pension and healthcare, which are not typically comparable to the private sector, as many of you know, and as often as a point of conversation during labor negotiations, as well as in the public square. So from a policy perspective, council desires to provide all different direction to your labor negotiators that can be put on the closed session, or our recommendation would be that we put that on for closed session discussion, and you know, we go through painstaking effort to look at equity within classification across the organization. We are constrained by what has been negotiated in the labor contracts, but we absolutely follow fair pay laws as they exist in California and at the federal level. So I do want to make that point on the record.
Thank you, Mr. Figueros. Is there Vice Mayor Nash?
So I just wanted to state that my concern really comes from the fact that we've got over 12 headcount currently on vacant right now. And I am concerned about, we're now adding 22 more, and the 6 headcount, sort of, since it was brought up, does stand out to me. And we can't hire everything at once. And I'm just wondering if there was, I don't want to have a deep discussion right now, but my concern is just hiring all these people, and just whether it makes, you know, it's sort of this big bolus. We haven't been able to, you know, we haven't yet hired the people who are currently in the queue. And now we're adding more, and just how does all that work? Realizing that it is city management, not council's purview, but it does affect what services we provide.
Correct, Vice Mayor Nash. The reality is that the budget cuts to administrative services last year which included eliminating the administrative services director, as well as the loss of a management analyst in human resources. Those positions have not been restored by the city council. We're very cognizant of the fact that the council has historically been very concerned about head count and FTE count, and quite frankly, the number of recruitments that need to occur over the next 6 months, with priority given to primarily public works and community development, will be a huge undertaking for our staff. And we are in the process of seeking proposals. We are working to solicit a proposal to outsource some or all of our recruitments, and we hope to return to the council on August 3rd with the outcome of that. Because the reality is, in the best of times, fully staffed, we could launch and manage 2 recruitments per week. They're just so involved, and so much is entailed. That said, I will say that the budget does include a sort of delay or phase in of the positions. We know that we can't hire everybody on July 1st, so that cost is not in the budget. Now, based on what we have heard from the council and your ultimate decision, that will change the calculus, clearly. I don't think we were anticipating the number of positions that are currently up for consideration. So I do want to acknowledge and agree with your comment, Vice Mayor Nash, that this is a huge undertaking and we have our work cut out for us. And it doesn't matter really if the positions are approved today or if they're approved in December. They'll be acted on basically at the same, maybe not December, but or October. They'll likely be acted on in the same way, and we're just going to have to compete with all other employers right now in a market where it really is an employee's market.
Thank you. Yes, good luck. I guess I do have one more question based on that comment, and it's something that I puzzled about early, I think 2 meetings ago, and that is, so these costs are not, they take into account when in the year we think that the position will come on board. Is that correct?
Yes, Vice Mayor, and that is really our best guess. We know for a fact that the market for certain positions is incredibly tight, and we'd be lucky if we're able to hire them by October or November if we launch the recruitment in July or August.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. My question then is, once we have all of these people on board, what would the impact to the budget be, since this is only looking at it partially? In other words, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just checking. Mr. Jacobson is our personnel allocation guru and expert, but I do believe that we provided the city council as part of the budget process the full cost of the positions. So that wasn't necessarily a phased in, that was the annualized cost. And I'm happy to recirculate that if that's.
So I'm sorry, I guess I'm just, so yes, I know that we were provided the annualized cost. And so that is the full annual cost, not just, okay, thank you. That's where I was getting confused. Thank you.
Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. I just have one last question about the salary schedule. The extra help, retired annuitant, is there a total head count in that position? And my guess is you never know when you're going to hire, but based on the open range, I'm just curious how many people are in that position now.
Thank you, Councilmember Taylor. Off the top of my head, we may have 1 or 2. These positions are limited by state law as to how many hours they can work per fiscal year, which is 980 hours. So they don't quite make up a full FTE, and they're not, and they, because of that limit, according to state law, state pension law, they're considered temporary employees. They're not considered in the FTE head count.
Thank you, Mr. Figueros. So are we ready to entertain a motion? Or are there additional questions, comments? Councilmember Willison.
I will move to approve the recommended actions for agenda item C1 with the following amendments. Do I need to read this out loud?
No, I don't think we do, as displayed by staff.
As displayed by staff, not what is showing, but on a different document.
Yeah.
There it is.
Okay, is there, I'm happy
And
to,
I do want to thank Mayor Combs for his graciousness and his comment earlier about approving the budget, even though not each item of his choosing went the way he wanted. And I think that's very noble of you. And I just want to thank you.
I appreciate it. It wasn't noble, is my effort to move the meeting along. So I had some interest in that. But okay, I'll second Councilmember Willison's motion. Mr. Figueroa, so you have a comment you want to add? Okay, I guess not. All right.
So I have a motion on the floor by City Council Member Willison and a second by Mayor Combs. To approve
Hold on 1 second. There's a Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you. Just a clarifying question. So this is each item. So we're approving CIP, we're approving the budget and the adoption of the 2 new salary schedules.
Yes. Yeah, this is everything listed in C1, and then all of the amendments and addendums that we discussed and are listed and being displayed now. All right, City Clerk Karen, you can come back.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So I have a motion by City Council Member Willison and a second by Mayor Combs to approve resolutions adopting the fiscal year 2021-22 budget, including amendments and addendums as provided on screen and will be attached, and capital improvement plan and appropriating funds, establishing the appropriation limits for the fiscal year 2021-2022, establishing a consecutive temporary tax percentage reduction in the utility user tax rates through September 30th of 2022, establishing the salary schedule effective June 20th, 2021, and establishing citywide salary schedule effective July 4th, 2021. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote, City Council Member Mueller.
Yes.
City Council Member Taylor.
No.
City Council Member Willison.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nash.
Yes.
Mayor Combs.
Yes.
And the motion passes with City Council Member Taylor dissenting. Thank you.
Thank you all, and yes, I hats off to Councilmember Mueller and Vice Mayor Nash. It certainly was, I think, a more robust and engaged and valid and valued discussion with Councilmember Taylor's presence. So glad that we have her back. With that, I'm going to recognize the Assistant City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Council, for your action this evening. I just want to take this moment to express my heartfelt and sincere appreciation to Mr. Jacobson, who is finishing his term with the city on a bang with the adoption of a new budget. Dan truly is an incomparable employee. When we think about capacity, they're really the potential and the ability for Dan to turn things around and lead the team and make a number of things that I didn't think possible is rather noteworthy, and we will miss him. but it's also a credit to his accomplishment and his future in the private sector. So I do want to thank Dan and wish him all the best in the future. And he's always welcome to come back as far as I'm concerned.
I'll diddle that too, Mr. Figueroa. Yeah, Mr. Jacobson, wait, you have to come on. You can't just you have to. Yeah, I just like to also express my sincere and deep appreciation for, you know, all that you have done for the city over the course of your tenure, and specifically stepping up into work streams and responsibilities that were pretty intense. And so, but you, from my vantage point on council, more than filled very big shoes, and you've been a consummate professional. And so, yeah, definitely. Really sad to see you go, but always great to see people move on in their career to what they think is a next good opportunity for them. So yeah. So I'll please, any parting words of wisdom to the city council.
No words of wisdom. Though I do just want to express my heartfelt gratitude to the city. This has been just an extraordinarily rewarding professional experience for me. It really has been. My previous roles had been in much larger organizations in different areas of the government and other areas, but it has been wonderful to work with such a smaller community, an extraordinarily active community, people who are clearly impassioned both on the council side, on the community side, and on the staff side. So I just want to say that it really has been a wonderful opportunity for me. And even though I am going on to do different things, I will always look fondly on my time with the city.
Well, thank you. And if you want, I think Councilmember Willison will still shoot you emails at your new job. so you won't forget us. No, anyway, we'll definitely congratulations on the new position, Mr. Jacobson, and again, thank you for all that you've done.
Thank you.
With that, we'll move on to agenda item C2, which is adopt resolution number 6643, accepting fiscal year 2021-22 state supplemental local law enforcement grant COPS Frontline in the amount of $100,000 and approve a spending plan. This item was continued from the June 22nd, 2021 meeting. And as I sit here, and I'm going to bring on the Chief Norris to introduce the item, I don't remember if we got to the Chief's presentation on this. We did not. Okay, so Chief, when you're ready, take it away.
Right, thank you. And I'm going to see if I had asked whether you all wanted a presentation or whether you wanted to just do some Q&A on this, and I'm fine with either one, but I'm happy to pull up and run you through a few slides that I've put together on this, and then happy to take any questions after that. So let me just see if I am able to share screen, and I'll get that going right now. Okay, hopefully you all can see that. It should be up momentarily here.
Yes, thank you, Chief.
Okay, great. Okay, so we'll just run through this pretty quickly. This is the recommendation on this is to adopt a resolution accepting the fiscal year state supplemental law enforcement grant, known as the SLESA COPS Frontline Grant, in the amount of $100,000, which I understand is an annual grant amount that we get from the state, and approve a spending plan. The current spending plan that we have in order for you is to re-up the technology on our current TASER devices at a cost of a little over $47,000, and then also to refresh the technology on our automated license plate readers to the cost of about $59,000 and change. The total amount is a little bit over $100,000, but I know that there is plenty of money to accommodate that, the overage within the existing grant funding that we have already funded. So so there's not an issue with there being a little bit more than the $100,000 grant amount that we have planned. So that's the spending plan for it. I'm going to take on tasers first because I know that that's the area where there have been the most questions. I know I have a lot of text on here, and this is really mostly to keep me on track. I think I've answered a lot of questions that some of the council members have had already, but just to kind of give you a little bit of a wherewithal on this. So we've had tasers in place here at this department since 2014, and they have been our officers assigned equipment now for 7 years plus. This technology, they call it a CED, or and it's a conducted energy device. It allows our officers to place an electrical charge to incapacitate people momentarily. So if they're resisting arrest, to allow us to be able to safely get them contained into handcuffs so that they can be properly and safely detained. It reduces the amount of risk to officers in having to get involved in a physical fight. It also allows officers to gain control at a distance when there are weapons or other mitigating factors involved. The deployment of tasers is what's called an intermediate force option. And what that means is that it's in between what would be kind of low level force, whether that would be voice commands or some minor hand controls to get a person into custody, and before having to resort to heavier uses of force like lethal force and more serious things that could be more injurious. And so it is an intermediate option, and it allows us to not have to resort too quickly to what might be a lethal force encounter, which obviously is a very, very hot topic nationwide right now, and gives us an intermediate option. Similar tools to this in terms of intermediate force options are police batons, whether those are what we call a straight wood stick baton, or whether that's a collapsible baton that the officer can carry on their equipment, or pepper spray. Both of those are kind of immediate force options that might be available on an officer's belt as tools to do a similar job. However, as you can imagine, the amount of injury that could be caused by a stick or a baton could be significant. And with pepper spray, sometimes there's a collateral effect where officers who are trying to safely take a person into custody can be also impacted by the pepper spray and incapacitated, and that can create a real problem for trying to safely bring someone, especially if they're very resistive, bring someone into custody when there are officers who are also impacted by that type of device. And so there are some inherent issues. There are inherent issues with any intermediate force option because it's something serious, and we take it very seriously. Officers train for all of these possible contingencies. But of the three, the taser is the most effective, and it is the least has the least possibility of creating a significant injury or incapacitating other officers while they're trying to conduct this work and bring a person safely into custody. And there's another couple of intermediate options, but they're not immediately available to the officer. One of those would be what we call a beanbag shotgun, which is it's a firearm shotgun that's retrofitted to shoot a beanbag round at a lower velocity that can also kind of momentarily stun a person and temporarily incapacitate them. Obviously, the injury level for something like that can be higher. And there's also the fact that this is a firearm, that we're bringing a firearm in that's kind of retrofitted in a different way into that scenario, which brings some of its own inherent issues. The other option is a similar flexible baton that's fired from, it also fired similar to a firearm from a 40 millimeter weapon that presents that projectile in the same lower velocity manner to try and provide some type of an impact or a shock to that individual so that the officers can take that person into custody. Again, there are some injury potentials with those options, and those options, generally speaking, the officer would have to go back to a car or get a supervisor car on scene in order to enable those options. So sometimes that creates a time delay that we don't have time for. So all of our officers here train and adhere to a distinct policy on taser use, as well as all different types of uses of force. And there is a thorough use of force review process to ensure that any uses of this device or any other are compliant with policy. And I have to tell you, in comparison with some of the other agencies that I'm aware of, Menlo Park does an excellent job of having the supervisor complete a use of force review and then present that review to the command level as well as the chief to make sure that that what has occurred is within policy and gives the command level and the executive level opportunities to ask questions about that particular incident to make sure that there's no additional accountability that needs to be held. And they do a very, very good job of that. I've been able to sit now through probably about a half a dozen of these use of force reviews and pursuit reviews combined, because they don't happen that frequently here, but we do the same thing for pursuit reviews. The process is really good. Tasers are currently extremely low in inventory, and this is an important part here. Failure to replace them right away is going to result in inability of our officers to carry these devices as an intermediate force option. And this is a device that's part of their regular training and equipment. I have some significant concerns about just without having some type of transition plan, removing that from our options and in a way that doesn't give us some type of a buffer to a lethal force option that's either acceptable or as well studied and as safe as the taser device is. So this request to replace the tasers, which are at the end of their usable cycle, the replacement equipment offers improved technology. This is an important part of this. The taser device that we're going to be looking to equip our officers with is the TASER 7. This is actually 2 generations of technology removed from the current generation of technology that is about to age out on our officers' belt. It provides some significant improvements. Some problems that are very inherent, and I know some of you have asked me directly about, when you have a deployment that's not successful, how is that deployment of the taser not successful? There are a couple different things that cause that. One is that the taser itself fires a pair of probes that create an electrical circuit. If both of those probes don't properly attach, then there's no way to make the electrical circuit, and that deployment is not going to be successful. The current devices that we have don't have the capability of deploying a second set of probes to try and make sure that there's a good connection and to be able to take the immediate action with the electrical circuit that we'd like to take, and also allows for this device to create that circuit across two probes that may not have been fired at the same time. So if the first one only one probe hits, the second fire from that same taser, only one probe hits, the taser will understand that there's only one from each and will create that circuit. And we don't have that technology now with our officers. And so that provides for a faster, safer response. It also relieves us of one of the inherent issues, which is multiple people having to fire a taser in order to try and get some type of an electrical circuit going. And so the technology helps us in that way. This technology also, one of the things that we find is when officers are in an active fight of some kind and they want to be able to deploy the taser, they're too close to get a good breadth of probe distance so that the charge will actually do what it's supposed to do. In other words, if the probes are too close together, it just creates a really tiny circuit and it doesn't allow the electricity to do its job. The new equipment that we have, the officers will be able to carry what's called a close quarter cartridge, which is what they will be regularly carrying, which gives them a range of 3 to 11 feet. Typically within 4 feet is the distance that most of these fights occur. And so this gives us a little bit of a closer range to provide the kind of electrical charge that we need to get the job done, as opposed to the previous equipment, which really was 10 to 15 feet was the recommended range. And so anything closer than that would be less effective. So this gives us a closer range option. It also allows the officers to carry what they call a standoff cartridge, which would have like an 11 to 20 foot range and allow for, if time is on their side and they're involved in a negotiation with someone, to be able to provide also a taser deployment at a distance as an option to our officers. Both of these include the ability of the taser to provide laser sights so that the officer knows where those probes generally will strike, so that they can provide a good target. And the other thing that these tasers do is they have an accountability feature that's added in that we haven't had before either. So our officers carry the body-worn cameras. Sometimes they have to get involved in activity that doesn't allow them the time to activate the camera. They have to take action right away. Drawing the new taser from its holster will activate the body-worn camera and actually gives us an option to activate all of the body-worn cameras on officers within about a 30-foot radius of that taser that's being pulled. And so when things happen and they're very rapidly evolving, this allows us to have better accountability with body-worn camera activation. And I can tell you, after reading a number of these reports at a couple different agencies, I know that often when activity like this happens, that the officers are moving very quickly. They don't have time to activate their body-worn camera. And it's something as administrators that we have to look at, and we have to ask questions about, why didn't you activate the camera per policy? And sometimes the officer just does not have time to do that. And that caveat is folded into the policy, but we don't have to like it. We would much prefer to be able to have body-worn camera video to document all of these types of activities. And so this allows us to kind of alleviate one of those concerns. And I think that's a big improvement. The other thing that this does is it provides better digital data than ever before. It'll tell you exactly what types of charges went into the discharge of the taser, how many cycles were done. We'll be able to match up the taser use with the body-worn camera video much more distinctly. And previously, when an officer deploys a taser, there's literally physical confetti that comes out of the front of the taser as evidence that we have, shot from one of the cartridges. And there are these little paper pieces they call aphids that we would collect as evidence that match up with the serial number of the device or the serial number of the cartridge, so that we can identify that taser deployment occurred. This is all done digitally with the sevens, and it will all be digitally uploaded to our Axon system the same way that our body-worn video will. And so any of that data will be easily available. We can coordinate all that and geolocate all that so that all of that is in one place, in one cohesive package. The tasers also have a battery that's a rechargeable battery instead of having a battery that has to be replaced. And so the officers will be able to recharge their battery after every shift. We're not going to have the problems that sometimes we have with tasers, where an officer who has left the taser inside their locker for a period of time, and then they go out on the street and they realize that battery's dead. Those batteries will be changed on a regular basis per shift, and they will always be charged and ready. We won't have as much of a possibility of equipment malfunction, which also, again, any failure of that taser equipment is a possible point at which an officer has to transition to a higher level of force. We want to avoid that to the greatest degree possible. The color of the new devices, the devices that we currently have are black. The new devices will be yellow, so that they're very distinctive and different from the firearm. And we think that that's a big deal as well. Something that goes on the belt that looks distinctively different from the firearm is important to us. And just so that you all know, from a training perspective, officers will carry that on the opposite side of their body from their firearm, so that they have to either, the way I always did it as an officer was I made it a right hand draw because I'm left hand dominant. So my left hand would go to the firearm, the right hand would go to the taser. Some officers prefer to do what they call a cross draw, but then they have to reach across their body to the opposite side of their belt to get that device in. So they know they're drawing something that's different from a firearm, which I know has also been a question that a lot of folks are asking. So I know we're spending a lot of time on the tasers. And I will, I only have a couple slides here on license plate readers because I haven't had as many questions about those, but we'll get through these. And then if you have questions, we can certainly handle those. So license plate readers also adopted around 2014 by City Council. They're deployed as mobile ALPRs or automated license plate readers on patrol cars. And currently those are the license plate readers that we deploy. We don't deploy any fixed license plate readers at this time. Data from these ALPRs are collected compared to an existing database, what they call a hot sheet. So the only comparison and intelligence information that's pulled from these license plate readers for immediate access by an officer is to compare that plate to see if it is an existing reported stolen or wanted vehicle of some kind, and that's it. Just the license plate number to see if it matches in a database. The rest of the information that we can get from a license plate is not part of the ALPR data that comes in and is recorded. So once that data is pulled in, the license plate, the location of the license plate read, those things are uploaded to the Northern California Regional Intelligence Center. It's our local federal resource. It's a very highly secure database. And that information is only accessible to officers if they have some type of investigative need. They have to supply their investigative need and a case number in order to get any kind of accessible information about license plate readers. So it's highly accountable to the officer's investigation. And as you all know, because there's a Menlo Park City ordinance that covers this, the city ordinance that we have that covers our collection and retention of that information and the access to that information is among the tightest privacy forward policy of any city in the Bay Area. So we retain that data for the shortest period of time. We have as strict a policy as anybody else has. The policy is very tight and it has a great level of respect to the privacy of our community. And so this technology is coming up to the end of its useful life, also needs to be repaired, or not repaired rather, but replaced with the updated technology and the updated software. And that's part of our ask as well. That's all I have on this. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. I'll go ahead and take it. I'll leave this screen up for a moment in case you want to go back to any particular slides, but I'm happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you, Chief, for that presentation. Let's call for public comment, City Clerk Karen, and I will just, before we call for public comment, add the disclaimer that in recent weeks, we've been a little lax with regards to the requirements around public comment. But if you are providing public comment with regards to a specific agenda item, then your comment should address that agenda item. And so again, calling for public comment on this agenda item, your comment should very specifically address these items. And so with that, I will pass it off to the city clerk to call for public comment.
Thank you, Mayor Combs, and do appreciate just that friendly reminder. At this time, we are taking public comment on item C2, adopt resolution number 6643, accepting fiscal year 2021-22 state supplemental local law enforcement grant in the amount of $100,000 and approve a spending plan. If any member of the public wishes to speak on this item, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or cell phone, you may press *9 now. And our first public speaker will be Jason Alarvia.
Thank you, City Council. Thank you, Chief Norris, for your explanation, your thorough explanation of this usage of funds. I really appreciate it. First of all, I would like to say, just for transparency purposes, can you please run down the numbers of how many deployments you've had of tasers in the last 7 years since it's been adopted? And then also, if there hasn't been a lot of deployments and of the tasers, then what's the possibility of reallocating these funds toward law enforcement reform? Meaning, isn't there a possibility of directing these funds towards de-escalation training and cultural sensitivity training and the type of training that's needed for our law enforcement so that they won't even have to deploy these tasers. And then we know that law enforcement, there are situations we know that our law enforcement has to result to some type of use of force. But if there's adequate de-escalation training and culture sensitivity training, then 9 times out of 10, it won't even get there. So, what's the transparency on the numbers of deployment? And that's my comment. Thank you. And question.
Thank you for your comment. And our next public speaker will be Ann Alarvia.
Hi, everyone. My comment is pretty brief. One question I have just in terms of public comment is, when is public comment addressed? Is there a body or a document or some method where all the comments that are given to the council that at some point receive a response or acknowledgement that it would receive a response? I think that would help with some of the frustration the community has. I think with this new format, it feels like it's more like public venting opposed to public comment or, some sort of like creation of discourse about these issues. The other comment I do have is just, I had a little confusion, and it gets a little muddled sometimes with these meetings because they run so long, is, with the budget and all these allocations, and I get, we should not go off topic, but sometimes we get so lost in the sauce, with the American Recovery Act. I'm not sure if I got the name correct. It's saying that the money is being released to nonprofits. And I want to know, why is that? We have a pretty, beefy city staff. Why is it that, someone within the staff or a appointment could be created that handles the funding from that act for families that need mortgage and rent relief? I'm not understanding why it's being passed to a nonprofit and the city can't handle it.
I apologize for the interruption. I don't want to eat into your time, so I am going to pause. Did you have a comment on the agenda item that we're discussing right now related to the grant for cops? Okay.
So, I mean, my issue is that I just don't find that the budget is addressing, quote unquote, racial equity. And I feel I don't find that all the burning questions we have when it comes to police reform and this $100,000 is being addressed in the way that Menlo Park is going. And if there is this need for the training and so forth, can we see that the data, has there been some mishaps with taser use? Has there been, misuse of firearms in situations? How many times have in the last 5 years have officers had to discharge their weapons? Where is the need for the funding for these actions? I mean, I'm all for, the community being safe, but where's the data? Because I mean, it's a lot of, big numbers being floated around for, Christmas trees, taser reform. Are we going to address what our community actually needs, which is equity, not charity, being safe, but not going overboard in a community that's not really struggling with criminal activity unless it's like, fireworks and a lot of like, home invasion. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So this will be the final call for public comment on item C2. And seeing no further hands raised, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. And so I'll bring it back to the virtual dais for any comments or questions for comments on the agenda item or questions for Chief Norris. Vice Mayor Nash.
Thank you. I was wondering, Chief Norris, if you could respond to the question about the numbers of deployments of the taser and just generally about some of the questions that were asked in public comment about tasers, please.
Absolutely. Is my screen still being shared, or do I need to share again? Okay.
You'll have to reshare, Chief. Thank you.
No problem. Coming back to it now, I think. All right, can you see that one? That's the slide, and I realize I quickly went through this slide. At the bottom half of the slide shows our taser use over the past several years. So going back to 2014, when tasers were first being used as our officers' regular equipment, 25 actual deployments, and then 69 incidences of taser display. And I didn't go through this, but obviously sometimes the mere display of the taser, along with a warning that the person will be tased if they don't comply, can engage that person in complying with our direction so that we can safely take them into custody. And so over the course of those 7 years, there are 25 actual deployments and 69 incidences of display only. I know that the question was asked. I have up there on the slide that the deployment was effective 18 out of the 25 times. What was the cause for the 7 where the deployment was not effective? And while I don't have the exact reports in front of me, what I can tell you is that often that is either the person was moving and the 2 probes that were fired from the current taser device were not able to complete a circuit. Whether that's because the person was wearing bulky clothing or they were moving and we didn't get an accurate shot or other factors. And so when that happens, an officer has a couple of different options. One is to go to another intermediate force option or to some type of other action to try and take that person into custody. I think in one of the reports that I read, the 2 probes didn't connect and an officer was able to essentially tackle that person, take them to the ground and get them into custody. And then in another instance, the fact that the officer had deployed the taser was enough to get this person to not want to have another taser deployed, and they became compliant regardless of the fact that the taser wasn't able to fully function. And so it can be a combination of those things, but typically it's the fact that the probes aren't connecting the way that they're supposed to connect, which is a problem that the technology helps to defeat. I wanted to address the question about training because I do think that's important. Our officers do extensive de-escalation and racial bias training. In fact, we just went through a battery of those back in February at our regularly scheduled quarterly training, and we will be going through another battery of that when we transition, if approved tonight, and we transition to the TASER 7s. There'll be a full transition training with the new devices. And then with the purchase of these devices, we get additional equipment. We get both live and virtual reality training equipment to allow our officers to do de-escalation, to work on their empathy techniques, to utilize the TASER in combination with de-escalation techniques in order to gain compliance. So sometimes the display of the TASER, the laser sight on that person, and an officer issuing some calm commands and attempting to de-escalate will really do the job. Obviously, you see there, more than a 2-to-1 ratio. The display of the TASER, along with an appropriate de-escalation technique, can often get the job done. And so there's extensive training that goes into that. There will be part of the purchase price is practice cartridges so that officers can do essentially it's a Velcro suit, and they shoot Velcro probes and practice making those connections with a live person in a live scenario. And then there's also virtual reality goggles that come with the training package so that our officers can regularly go through virtual reality training, which coaches them in empathy and other de-escalation techniques. And so there's an extensive amount of training that goes into that. In addition to the training that's directly related to TASER, we do a lot of de-escalation and racial bias awareness training that are just parallel to the other equipment pieces and the other techniques that we use. So just wanted to make sure that you all are aware that the purchase price is not just to add the equipment and drop it onto the officer's belt. There's an extraordinary amount of training and capability that comes with that. And part of that will also be not just getting our officers certified in the use of TASER, but having training instructors that we will have in-house who can do continuous professional training on the use of the TASER. And that's part of the package as well.
Thank you, Chief. Any additional questions or comments? Does someone want to make a motion? Councilmember Taylor?
Thank you, Mayor Combs. I just wanted to share with the rest of the council that I had a very extensive conversation with Chief Norris this morning, specifically about this topic and a few others. And one piece that I'm hoping that we can do in light of some concerns from the public is just figure out a way to have some type of data that we can gather as a part of accepting this grant funding. Just as some type of a tool that we can use that actually can help, I think, provide the public with additional information as we embark on this conversation about reimagining policing. And I'm not sure how that would be done here. I did share that with Chief Norris earlier, but that's kind of my position on this. I'm concerned about our police officers having equipment that isn't 100% or isn't safe for them. I am also very uncomfortable about use of force. And that isn't a conversation here, but just, I want to make sure that we start addressing concerns. And I think there's an opportunity in this here.
Can I quickly respond to that? I completely agree with you, Councilmember Taylor, and I know, and I appreciate the conversation that we had earlier today. I do, we want to be as transparent as possible. I think that is the name of the game going forward. There isn't anything that we should be shy about sharing that we can publicly provide in terms of use of force. And so I'm very interested in figuring out what that comprehensive report out on use of force is, determining what we would, what the council feels and what the public feels would be adequate information for us to report on a regular basis. And even if we can't retroactively dig up and find that information, set something going forward to say, this is what our use of force dashboard looks like in the future. So that we can continue to provide the information that our public needs. And then I would also like to, combine that, Councilmember Taylor, especially with an overview of the type of training that we're doing and how we are staying kind of at the top of the game in terms of de-escalation, in terms of incorporating certain types of training that will make us most effective, empathy-based trainings, understanding certain biases that are inherent, as well as understanding how to dial situations back that sometimes are really difficult to control, and how we can maybe do that in a safer manner. So I'm interested in doing all of that, and just finding a way that we can report those bits of information that the public really is curious about, because we do train very hard to do this job professionally. And I think it's important that we share that information with our public. And I think that's a big part of, what we are looking to do with this reimagining discussion, is to make sure that our public has a full understanding of, some of the core things that police are always going to have to do, and what we're doing to be as competent as possible in those realms.
Thank you, Chief Norris. I appreciate those comments. Appreciate the dialogue that you've had with Council Member Taylor. Certainly I think the discussion surrounding use of force is part of just our larger approach to policing is important. I will say that obviously tasers are a staple of modern policing, a non-lethal staple of modern policing, and an important tool or option for police officers to have nationwide and in our community. And I think given that, I'm supportive of our department having the latest technology, right, when it comes to this tool. So accepting that there again needs to be a larger discussion about the use of force. I'm again supportive of this very important option for modern policing that we have in Menlo Park, the latest technology. So that's where I sense Council Member Willison.
Thank you, Mayor Combs, and thank you, Chief Norris. I just want to make sure, did you say that that you attended 6 use of force debriefs in Menlo Park? I just want to clarify, because that seems like you haven't been here very long. I just want to clarify how many use of forces there have been, because that seems like a lot.
So a couple things to that. One, there have been several that are stacked up during the interim process. So we did have a number of reports that I have one literally in my inbox dating back to 2019. That has yet to come through for a variety of different reasons. So there are several, but that I think that the number is probably close to 6. But I've had several, whether they were pursuit reviews, because we do the same process with those pursuit reviews, or use of force reviews, and these are not all taser deployments. So these will be any type of use of force beyond just basic voice and basic hand controls to get a person to comply. Anything where we have to use a level above that is reportable, and the supervisors do a full workup on those.
Okay, I appreciate that information, and I do think as we start talking about transparency and data, definitely getting some insight into what those are and having that publicly available would be really important. And while we're on that topic, it does seem to be there's a lot of grant money available for policing, and just having a picture of what that looks like, that would be another helpful piece in terms of as we start having more of these conversations that I would like to have. But I agree. I think I'm aligned with what Councilmember Taylor and Mayor Combs. I did a lot of research into taser usage. There's been some high-profile situations here in San Mateo County that are extremely problematic and concerning. So I'd be lying if I said I didn't have pause about the use of tasers. To Mayor Combs and Councilmember Taylor's point, like if we're going to send officers out, they need to have working equipment. So it's very concerning that the equipment that they have now is old. So unless we're willing to have like a policy conversation now about how and what and everything, and I'm not even sure that's going to be part of our policy conversation. I just think we need to get you the equipment that you need. And then I do expect kind of a larger conversation about, how we're policing and what we're using to come. So I just want to put that out there. Something that would make me a lot more comfortable that came up, and Chief Norris, we've discussed this a little bit in my readings about taser use is like heart stoppage is kind of a worst case, something that happens sometimes with tasers, and that I believe some communities equip each police car with a defibrillator. And I believe you mentioned that all of the sergeants in Menlo Park have their cars equipped with this, but not all of the patrol or traffic officers. So if you could speak to that and your thoughts on equipping our vehicles with defibrillators as kind of a worst case scenario, I would imagine that might come up in other police encounters as well. Not police initiated, but you may encounter people having all kinds of situations on the streets.
And I would term those as any type of first responder encounters, right? So our officers are frequently the first on scene. They have Narcan in the event that the epidemic of the opiate crisis puts them in a position to recover a person that is in serious health crisis because of an opioid. They have tourniquets that are part of their regular equipment that we've actually seen officers save lives within the last few months by the application of tourniquets. And then, yes, defibrillators. So currently they are in our watch commander cars, which means we have 3 deployed in supervisor vehicles. We have 25 vehicles total that are marked patrol vehicles. I would love the opportunity to equip every vehicle with a defibrillator, because I do believe that that's a first responder safety responsibility that our officers would welcome. Each of our officers, as part of their standard first aid training, has to show competency in the deployment of an automated external defibrillator device. And so AED operation is already part of our training. There is, as I said, there is additional funding left in that fund from COPS SLESIF grants that would accommodate that if council wanted to add that to our spending plan. The ballpark range on that would be these defibrillators cost about $1,700 a piece. We would be talking about, generally speaking, about 25 vehicles, and that would come out to about $42,500. That's, like I said, that's a general ballpark figure. We would seek to equip every car with an AED.
I really appreciate you looking into that information and having it available for us. I'm certainly in support, especially if you've already identified funding for it from the grant, to go ahead and do that. And I just want to again remind those watching and community members that we're just going to begin having these conversations, and these are very complicated, nuanced topics. And we're here to listen and to consider and be thoughtful and work hopefully in partnership with Chief Norris and his staff, and move forward in a way that provides service, safety, and a sense of belonging and welcoming to all members of our community. So I just again wanted to thank you, Chief Norris, and I can support this TASER purchase, and I look forward to having many more conversations in the future. Thanks.
Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. And Chief Norris, I am definitely supportive of the defibrillators. I think it's very important. We have the technology available, that we have it available, especially if we can save lives. I was wondering, how can we use this opportunity? It was the statement I made earlier is now a question. How can we use this opportunity to do data collection and also have data-driven solutions?
So I think that we're in a position where we should be accountable to everything that we do. And what we do is very professional, and there's no hesitation on the part of the professional staff that I oversee in the police department to be accountable to all of those data points. And so, obviously we talk about data in a couple different ways. One would be the data coming in, which is a whole different type of conversation, right? The calls for service and the workload and all of those things. The other would be the data coming out. What are we doing? What are the outcomes of these contacts that we make? Who are the people that we are having these contacts with, and are there any trends that need to be addressed in that? We are just as interested in having that information at our fingertips as you all are. I know that with each of you council members, as we've had some opportunity to speak one-on-one, you know that I'm very much evidence-based in my thought process. I do want the data in front of me so that we can make good informed decisions. There will be conversations that we're going to have, I think, over the next few months, where we will only be able to kind of formulate what we will be doing going forward. but I want to be able to have those conversations. And if there are parts of that where we can reach back and find some retroactive information that helps us to identify trends so that we can get started early, I'm all for that.
Vice Mayor Nash.
Thank you. First of all, I really appreciate this conversation. I love hearing about data collection and data-driven solutions. And Chief Norris, I really appreciate how accessible you've been and open, and just how willing to talk about anything and everything. And it's terrific, and it really bodes well for our community's discussions. At this point, I am willing to support the $100,000, accepting the $100,000 grant. I'm also supportive of the ALPRs, if that's what you believe or is worthwhile for the department. And I would support the AEDs. I am not at this point supportive of the tasers. I do believe I greatly appreciate the improved technology, and the safety accountability training is all good. And obviously we definitely want to keep our officers safe as well as the community safe. But I do believe that we need to have more discussion about policing and the use of tasers and just all of the different options available before I will vote for the use for getting tasers, realizing that there is a benefit to the increased technology and that we've got older equipment. So I hope that we can proceed with those discussions as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Vice Mayor Nash. I'm going to make a motion that we adopt resolution number 6643, accepting fiscal year 2021-22 state supplement local law enforcement grant COPS Frontline in the amount of $100,000 and approve the spending plan. Let me, I can't remember, it was simultaneous, Councilmember Willison and Councilmember Taylor. So let me go with Councilmember Taylor and then to Councilmember Willison.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. I wanted to second it with a friendly amendment. If we could add just an info item, a monthly reporting with both the license plate readers and the tasers, just as an info item.
Yeah, that's fine with me. So with the tasers, it's like sort of the numbers, like, right, the deployments and stuff. With the license plate readers, what would that, just like the number of license plates that got picked up, or whether any resulted in any additional follow-up?
Actually, I wanted to go a step further, but I'll wait.
No, I mean, I don't, I'm just throwing stuff out there. I don't know. So what was it additional that you wanted as far as data?
So more of a who and why. And that's more of, I look at the daily log every day. And I look at the announcements, the work that our police officers do, and the results that they have gotten recently. And so as specific as it could be, if possible. And I'm not sure if that was what Councilmember Willison was going to say as well, or something along those lines. I don't know, since we put our hands up at the same time.
Yeah, I'm going to go to Councilmember Willison and then back to the chief.
I was originally going to ask for a friendly amendment for the defibrillators, to purchase defibrillators. But to Council Member Taylor's point, I would almost suggest setting up a council subcommittee to work with the chief on data that reporting and to look into what would be to make a recommendation on frequency and type of data that we think that would be reasonable for the chief, and the timeline and what type of things. So that would be my suggestion around it.
Okay. Let's go to the chief, and then we can wrap back to the friendly amendments.
I'm certainly willing to do either of those things. So or both. So I'm fine with the idea of a small subcommittee where we could talk about how we establish what type of data the council and the public would like to see. In terms of ALPRs and Councilmember Taylor, you let me know if this doesn't sound detailed enough for your purposes, but I know that we are required to do regular auditing of our license plate reader system. Typically, that just says how many inquiries we made, whether those inquiries were in compliance with the privacy restrictions that we have set up. Often those are the only things that we look at, just to make sure that we're doing everything towards policy and count the number of inquiries that we have made. I could certainly look to see if we can pull more or different data than that. But that would at least get us to the point of like our officers are using the system, but they're operating it within policy. And there is a way to go through and audit that to make sure that that there aren't any officers that are just pulling these inquiries without the proper documentation.
Thanks, Chief Norris. So in the possibility of defibrillators in every patrol car, is that just the funding for that? Like if added that, that's just sort of general revenue fund? Is that where that would come from?
I would say that I would defer to any of the other experts that we have in terms of city staff that could answer this better, but we do have funding available in that same fund. So if we wanted to add it as part of the spending plan, I think we could do that as long as that doesn't interfere with any protocols that I'm not aware of.
Yeah. Vice Mayor Nash.
I just wonder if we're going to do the defibrillators, if it's makes the most sense to put them in every car or in most cars. And I would totally defer to the chief on this one, but just is it really necessary in every car?
I would suggest, council member, that I would hate for the car that has a defibrillator to be sitting in our parking lot and the car without the defibrillator to be out on the street when we really need it. I would prefer to put them in all the marked vehicles so that each one of them has a device, and then we'll be responsible for making sure that that we can replace those when the time comes. And that may be, another ask and another COP spending grant to replace that equipment, when the time comes.
Sounds good. My only comment is because it seems like there's a lot of police cars sitting in the parking lot, which I guess is good news that they're not needed out on the street at this point. So totally defer to your judgment.
I would better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it. That's my judgment on it.
I cannot fault that. Yes, that sounds great. Thank you.
Okay. So I would be, I'm fine with that addition to the motion about, defibrillators in every marked car. And then this idea of like the data, I'm leery about a subcommittee. So, but, Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. And I was thinking the same exact thing about another subcommittee. And what I'm thinking is that in light of everything that's happening and the amount of conversations that each one of us have had with Chief Norris, that it may be helpful as an interim to whatever the next step is, because we don't know necessarily what the next step is. But since the whole council is engaged, so I see a great opportunity
here. City Manager Jerome Robinson, and then I'll go to Councilmember Mueller.
Okay, well, if I could just suggest maybe as a starting point, we could do a quarterly report, and then we can give you what we think is the most relevant information, and the council can tweak it in terms of what's of most interest to them. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and that's a fine approach to me. Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, I was just gonna share that when we first got the license plate readers, we actually instituted a policy regarding privacy around them and how long data could be kept. And so we're kind of, it's great. I think it's going to be real. I think it's great that we're going to try to break down the data of break down data regarding them, but also want to keep in mind too that we have gone through great lengths to make sure that we dispose of data, because license plate readers actually track where people are at certain times of the day, and there's privacy concerns with that. So it's going to be figuring that out. It's going to be an interesting discussion in terms of how to do that. But I think it is. I think we can have. I think having that discussion with the chief and him helping to frame that for us in a way to take account those concerns would be great. When we first got the license plate readers, we did institute, I think it was a quarterly report actually for a period of time to make sure that it was being that had that audit that the chief was talking about in it, to make sure that it wasn't being abused. And so I think going back to a quarterly report makes a lot of sense.
Thank you, Councilmember Mueller. And maybe we can just use those prior quarterly reports as a template for like what data we're gonna pull. I think that would be a good starting point. Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. If I can ask the chief a question, just with time management, a quarterly report versus a monthly report, is there a lot of difference other than you would do one sooner than the other?
I think, Councilmember, if we're talking about, it depends on the complexity of the report, right? So if we're talking about kind of a simple audit report, which we have to do internally anyway, that doesn't take very much time at all, to determine how many inquiries were made on the system, perhaps how much data was collected, and whether all of those inquiries were in compliance with our policy. I don't think that's difficult for us to do either way, monthly or quarterly. But if we're looking for deeper details than that, and I think to Councilmember Mueller's point that some of this data we simply should not be reporting out into the public because it's just too detailed, and for privacy reasons. But I think if we start with what we would do as a typical internal reporting audit, and we provide you with that, and then we shape it from there, I think that is something that we could pull monthly. I don't think that's a big issue.
Thank you, Chief. And just when you say shape it, does that mean if there's other information that we would want pulled out? And then I don't know how we would do that without seeing the data.
So what I would like to start with is what we would typically do with our auditing, which doesn't really pull any distinct identifying data with it. If that doesn't seem like it's enough, and we need to dig further into that, then we would need to look and see how complex that reporting would need to be. Does that make sense? Okay.
Councilmember Wallison.
This might be for Councilmember Taylor. I just want clarification. When we're talking about data and reporting, are we specifically referring to the license plate readers and the taser reporting, or are we talking about police reporting of use of force and other topics overall?
May I, Mayor Combs, respond? So I'm referring specifically to tasers and to the license plate readers.
Okay,
just
specific to this agenda item. Okay,
yes.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. And then actually on the topic then also, Chief Norris, I would be curious also that for data, I believe, I don't know if it was you or Chief Spiller that provided me some information about maybe East Palo Alto or some other communities that don't have or use tasers, and how Menlo Park gets called in for their tasers. That kind of is part of, I think I had requested information about how Menlo Park Police operates in other jurisdictions. And that would definitely be data I would want to see as well related to tasers.
we can certainly work on that as well. And yes, part of that conversation was with me, and part of that conversation I believe was with Chief Spiller. But I did want to kind of follow through, because I think in the answer to the question that you had, not only does East Palo Alto currently not have tasers, and sometimes we'll call for agencies that are nearby to come so that they have that intermediate force option in a taser. But prior to Menlo Park adopting tasers in 2014, we used to do the same thing with outside agencies. We would ask, if we knew that a taser might be helpful in a particular situation, we might ask an agency to come and assist us if they had tasers equipped. And so, and I think that goes to the mayor's earlier point that this is a very accepted piece of technology and equipment that has a very high safety rating. And I know that there are exceptions that occur, but it does have a very successful safety rating in terms of being able to take some very chaotic situations down to a point of safety with a minimal amount of injurious action on anyone involved. And so other agencies recognize that as well.
So in the data that you showed then over the last 7 years and the taser deployments, is that specific to our jurisdiction within the boundaries of the city of Menlo Park, or is that officer information that could include outside of our jurisdiction?
If our officer uses the device, it is reported by our agency. Whether that officer uses the device here or in East Palo Alto, or if they're working for gang task force and they're up in the Daly City bordering on the northern part of our county, if they deploy tasers and they are from our agency, we will be documenting the use of force.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, City Clerk Karen, Vice Mayor Nash, last word.
Last word is just, it really frightens me when I'm just hearing this conversation and hearing that we're using our tasers in other communities.
Yeah, I'm actually, Vice Mayor, I'm sorry. I forgot that you had expressed opposition to this item. Please take as much time as you need.
Oh, no, that was perfect. No problem at all.
Okay.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, City Clerk Karen.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So I have a motion on the floor by Mayor Combs and a second by City Council Member Taylor to adopt resolution number 6643, accepting fiscal year 2021-22 state supplemental local law enforcement grant in the amount of $100,000, approve a spending plan for staff to provide a monthly taser and license plate reader reports to the City Council, and to equip defibrillators in all marked police vehicles. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote, City Council Member Mueller.
Yes.
City Council Member Taylor.
Yes.
City Council Member Willison.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nash.
No, because of the tasers.
Mayor Combs.
Yes.
And the motion passes with Vice Mayor Nash dissenting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, City Clerk Karen. With that, we'll move on to council member reports. And so first, we'll get to general sort of council member reports, but there is one item, appoint representative to the Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency and the Bay Area Regional Water System Financing Authority. And this was continued from the June 22nd meeting. And so just to recap, if I remember correctly, Council Member Mueller, who is currently our BOSCA representative, expressed a desire to roll off of the board. If I'm remembering, Vice Mayor Nash and Council Member Willison, respectfully declined a desire to replace, and so Councilmember Taylor, since you weren't here, we appointed you. So I expressed that I would be willing to take over the representation, but I will, Councilmember Taylor, defer to you if you have a desire to serve as the Bosque representative, then I would be happy to, like I say, to defer that to you. If not, then I'm happy to take it.
Mayor Combs, I respectfully decline. Thank you.
Totally fair. And so yeah. So do we do need to okay. So that's settled, but we do need to call for public comment. I will just sort of add before we go to public comment, there has been some issue in the past about the representative of Bosque and you know, whether they're a council member or not a council member. And so because this is a separately appointed position, and the term is not sort of like necessarily in tandem with service on council. What I say, as it seems as though I will be appointed, is that if there comes a time where my Bosque tenure is not up and I'm the council's representative, that I will and I'm no longer on council again, I will submit to the council a resignation letter or desire to resign, and let the council decide like if it wants to appoint someone else or not, or allow me to continue in that position. So I just wanted to be clear with that again. Like if there comes a point when I'm not on council, I will sort of give the council the option of replacing me. Okay, with that, City Clerk Herron, let's call for public comment. And again, a reminder: public comments on this item should be on the appointment of a representative to Bosque. Or actually, I take that back. It can actually be on. It can be more generic because we are going to do council reports in general, right? And so I maybe take that back a little bit. I'll just have the city clerk call for council, call for public comment.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So if any member of the public wishes to speak on item D, City Council member reports, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you are calling in from a landline or a cell phone, you may press *9 now. So final call for public comment on item D. And seeing no hands raised, Mayor Combs, we will need to do a motion and second to appoint for this item for the record for Bosque.
Okay, totally fair. Councilmember Taylor.
I'll make a motion to appoint Mayor Combs to Bosque.
And Councilmember Willison, is that a second? Okay, City Clerk Herron, let's
Thank you.
Let's call the
So
vote.
I have a motion by City Council Member Taylor and a second by City Council Member Wilson to appoint Mayor Combs to the Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency and the Bay Area Regional Water System Financing Authority with a term that ends June 30th, 2025. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote, City Council Member Mueller,
Yes.
City Council Member Taylor,
Yes.
City Council Member Willison,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nash,
Yes.
Mayor Combs,
Yes.
and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Great, thank you, City Clerk Herron. Okay, so general council reports. Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. I wanted to report out about, there's so many report outs. One shoreline. The Climate Resiliency District had actually didn't have, they helped support, and so did the City of Menlo Park, a local hazard mitigation workshop last Wednesday. That I don't know actually how many people turned out. There was a One Shoreline meeting this afternoon at 4 o'clock. I did call in to provide public comment because what I noticed about the event last Wednesday is that there were 3 different efforts to get community members in Menlo Park to attend, and they all 3 had a different flyer, a different style of emailing. And so it was a little confusing for folks. So my request is that they let the community-based organization lead the outreach effort and then just support it as opposed to everybody doing their own outreach. So that was one report out. The second, actually, Vice Mayor Nash and myself, we sit on two different subcommittees, one being the Menlo Park Community Campus, the second being the community amenities. And so the report out, Vice Mayor Nash, I don't see you on the screen. So just in case I don't provide everything. For the Menlo Park Community Campus, Vice Mayor Nash and myself supported having services restored for Menlo Park. After doing a little ground truthing, I would like to see that services are restored as far as the community center and the senior center at the level that it was before the pandemic. And Vice Mayor Nash, did I miss anything on that? I can't see you.
Hi, I'm right here.
Okay.
So this is on interim services. And so very honestly, I got a little bit lost. So this is where, is this with the Boys and Girls Club?
Yes. So
Okay.
with the Menlo Park Community Campus, right now, the senior center and the community center are no longer accessible. And so Vice Mayor Nash and myself are recommending that for interim services, instead of transporting people out of the community to use existing facilities here, and the Boys and Girls Club happens to be available. And so we're making a recommendation to use the Boys and Girls Club for interim services as opposed to putting folks, or especially our seniors, on a shuttle and shuttling them out of the community.
And so this
Please
is,
go, Vice Mayor Nash.
thank you. This is actually a suggestion that was brought forward to us by staff. And it's something that we strongly support. It needs to have some direction given by council. And there's two different pieces of it. And one piece, and Councilmember Taylor, you'll probably do a better job than I will of this, but one piece is for the longer term, there is a need to improve the kitchens there. And so what we want to do first of all is just take the first baby steps and see whether or not there's an agreement to with the Boys and Girls Club. Staff has approached them, and I see City Manager Jerome Robinson, so perhaps that's the direction we should go. But essentially, the idea is to approach the Boys and Girls Club, see if we can reach an agreement that we would be working with them and using the facilities there for our senior services. And then also we would need to improve the kitchens there in order to be able to use them to prepare meals. And then there's a second piece of that, which Councilmember Taylor may want to get into, but essentially it's to also be able to use it as an interim, even more interim, as a center for in case of an emergency. Is that?
Yes, just another piece to add is that right now, the cooling center and the air, a clean air place in the community, there's limited space. There's only so many people that actually use the Belhaven Elementary School library. So it would, the Boys and Girls Club would also offer another indoor facility that can provide relief to folks with bad air quality and extreme heat.
Or in the case of an emergency, I don't know if anyone, other people got the notice, but apparently we had an earthquake in the area during our meeting.
City Manager.
Well, if I understand correctly, Councilmember Taylor and Vice Mayor Nash are requesting that the council reconsider their prior decision to provide senior services at the Burgess campus, and in lieu have the opportunity to discuss considering providing services at the Boys and Girls Club. So we would, if the council so authorizes, we would bring that item back for council consideration and then approach the Boys and Girls Club more formally about their interest in providing such services.
Vice Mayor Nash. You're muted.
Thank you. Second time tonight, I think at least. That I'm not sure it's actually a reconsideration because I think we would still be using the Arriaga Center at the at this point because the Boys and Girls Club would not be ready yet. So it's sort of in addition to try and ultimately be at the Boys and Girls Club, but it's not to do it instead of the Arriaga Center at this point. Is that correct?
Well, yes, it would. So just back of the napkin map, it might take us a year to get to a point where we'd be prepared to have the kitchen improved to such an extent that it would, at the Boys and Girls Club, that it would be available for the senior services. So it would be, you know, the first stretch of time would be at the Burgess campus, and then the second stretch of time would be at an alternative location. And to be fair, I haven't heard anything about the emergency services, so I cannot weigh in on that.
And so, City Manager Jerome Robinson, so as the next step would be that, like, again, we just sort of put this as an agenda item.
Correct.
On council member reports, like, and then have a discussion under that context where it's, you know, you just share what you know. And
Right.
we're not talking about like sort of compelling and extensive staff report.
Right. That's
Okay.
right.
Yeah. So yeah. So let's do that. Let's agendize this, and then we can have like a discussion, but not necessarily one that would require a lot of sort of staff led work. Vice Mayor Nash.
Thank you. So two things. One is, yes, the emergency piece just broke today. That's brand new and to be considered. But then the second piece is, I believe that because we're going into the summer schedule and we are meeting sporadically at this point, that if we could get direction, and I believe we talked about this, City Manager Jerome Robinson, if it's possible to get to do the first exploratory steps so that we don't lose several weeks. And that way it will also give us more information as to what we're even talking about, sort of what the scope is, that would be beneficial to be able to at least get the direction from council, just to, you know, put a toe in the water at this point. Is that, would you?
Well, it depends on what you mean by exploratory steps. I mean, we can definitely provide the council with a little bit of information. I mean, we've spent a bit of time, but not much time on this. And so I'm not sure, Vice Mayor Nash, what you mean when you say exploratory steps.
Well, I thought that we really know very little at this point.
We do, exactly.
Right, so it's, but the whole idea is that if it's going to take a while to upgrade the kitchen and all of that, if we can at least get a little bit more scope as to what that entails and have the permission to approach the more formally, just to at least, I don't believe that the board knows or anyone, at least to like start this process, so that is what we don't want is to have all of this happen. And then we actually are, well, maybe it would be great if the MPC's on schedule, but we really, you know, if we're going to do this, I don't look forward to losing several weeks at this point. If we're going to do it, it seems like, not that it becomes top priority, but that at least some exploratory, a little bit more exploratory work could take place. And I guess the other piece of this, which is exciting, is it actually is a city building. It's being leased to the Boys and Girls Club, so that the money which we would be putting into it is not, is still within the city sort of domain, although I don't know exactly what that means, given that it's a leased property, but it is owned by the city.
Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you. And I want to be mindful that this is just a report out to get the item agendized, and then we can talk about it further. But one piece that spearheaded this is for me to report out is attending the local hazard mitigation plan workshop last Wednesday. And this is what the community said. Where are we going to go in an emergency? Where are we going to go if we don't have a community center? So they were concerned. And then what is our emergency plan? Are we emergency prepared? Like all these things came up. So I thought it would be great since the building is, I believe is still available, that we just make a subcommittee recommendation. So thank you.
Councilmember Mueller.
I'm going to be running late to our meeting tomorrow since it starts at 5 p.m. I've been asked to introduce the governor at an event and also lead him through a question and answer session. Can't say the event because it's political in nature, but nonetheless, it's an interaction with the governor that I think actually raises the profile of our city, which is something to be a good thing. So I apologize for being tardy to tomorrow's event, tomorrow's meeting, but we'll make it as soon as that question and answer session with him ends.
Right. Thanks for that heads up, Councilmember Mueller. Yeah, don't embarrass us. But then back to the Boys and Girls Club. I think I'm with the city manager of like, I don't know what sort of dipping the toe in. I appreciate this idea of like sort of not losing time. But what is sort of like dipping the toe? What sort of staff sort of staff work is entailed in that? And again, it's sort of like, I want to sort of separate out this idea as an emergency gathering point is really interesting, but then this idea of it as being a potential site where senior services are provided is a lot more sort of complicated, again, given that, like, based on just this discussion, we're talking about a kitchen needing to be upgraded, and that's just what we definitely know, and all the time that entails. And so, and like, how much actual time are we going to be getting back where they're actually on site at the Boys and Girls Club, assuming this all works out, right? Like, so then we're, no matter what, though, at least at the beginning, be shipped to Arriaga. And so at some point, we're saying that if this all works out, we could bring them back to Bellhaven in the form of the Boys and Girls Club. And so there seems like lots of moving parts there. And so that makes that sort of proposal a little bit more complicated than this idea of exploring it as some sort of emergency gathering point or a cooling station. I'll go to Vice Mayor Nash, and then, but I don't know that, like, either way, I don't think we should be having a substantive, which I'm just having. So I'm like gonna tap myself on the hand. But I will let you. But I do think the issue is, like, what are we asking? Because Vice Mayor Nash was specific and not wanting to lose time. But then the question is also, again, like, sort of what are we asking staff to go do? And I think I'm sort of hesitant to ask them to do too much, given that there's like the picture is very, very murky with regards to the sort of the Boys and Girls Club as sort of a temporary senior center. Vice Mayor Nash.
So I'm just wondering if, I think I saw Councilmember Taylor's hand up, and whether you want to go first.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Nash. My only comment was going to be that we need to do outreach and ask our seniors what they want and stop telling them what we're going to give them.
Well, I think, I mean, I could ask the community services, libraries, community services director to come on, but we did do a survey of the seniors, and admittedly that was some time ago, but we have surveyed them.
I still think we're sort of, again, getting deeper. I think what
Sure.
Vice Mayor Nash.
So I guess what my fear is, very honestly, is that we right now decide, okay, we'll get a staff report and that will come out in July. And then we'll decide in July it's okay to anyway, just I'm worried that we are going to basically lose 2 months. And at which point we really do have diminishing returns. And so what I was, and I realize this is treading on thin ice, so please do feel free to just say enough, stop, we can't. But I was hoping that, and I don't have the list that staff prepared in front of me, but essentially that we could just find out if there really truly does appear to be some synergy with the Boys and Girls Club. My understanding is that they're not using it at the times that we would hopefully, could be using it, so that there really did sound like, from what staff gathered, it sounded great. And I greatly appreciate staff coming forward with this option. And so it's really, I don't know specifically what it involves, but it involves just making sure that there is enough there to keep this conversation going, that and perhaps just, it may be two-pronged at this point. One is to find out, yes, could it be an emergency center and maybe a cooling center, and which probably is the easy piece, because that wouldn't involve a kitchen. And then the second piece would be, if it does involve the kitchen, I don't know what it entails to even have some scope of, because I haven't seen it. It probably wouldn't matter if I had. I guess all I'm trying to do is before the end of the summer, find out, is it worth pursuing at all or not? Because obviously it takes away precious resources from something else. But it could be a very, it could be a wonderful opportunity for our seniors.
Who at the Boys and Girls Club are we talking to?
We had 1 or 2 brief conversations with the executive director. This has not been, obviously, we have not approached the board at all.
I think that before we have any council discussion, I think there should be like some sense that the board would be willing to explore this, because ultimately that they would have to make that decision, not the executive director. And so that's where I would be at before we consume any more time. Well, let's make sure that we are engaging with the people that can actually say yay or nay. And I don't know that we're there now. Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, my apologies on my prior comment. I thought we were done with this because I thought it was being agendized.
Yeah.
So, but since we're still going on it, I would just say I would support staff doing a full investigation of potential sites again and just coming back to us, including the Boys and Girls Club, but any sites that they think may make sense in the alternative to what the current plan is. And then reporting back to us with an agenda item to see if it is possible to find someplace located in better proximity to the community. I appreciate this, that my colleagues and staff are trying to be creative in brainstorming potential items, and would support city staff doing an investigation and bringing it back to us if an alternative was identified.
Yeah, I think my concern with that, Councilmember Mueller, is that we did the investigation. And it was fairly thorough. And I remember there were churches, and then there were lots of discussion, engagement, and so and for some reason during that process, and I'm sure there was some sort of discussion or exploratory talks with the Boys and Girls Club. but for some reason that didn't sort of emerge as an option then, and now at some later time, I think it has emerged. Please go. Yeah.
May I respond though, Mayor Combs? Because so I don't know about all churches, but I know quite a few churches were hurting during the pandemic. And it may be that that a contract with the city for a period of time might be something that they'd be looking for cash flow purposes now. So you see, I think there are definitely, the pandemic has created changed circumstances in terms of the availability of space, but also the need for cash flow.
Yeah, but we have requirements in a full kitchen with meetings, and that was one of the, and even now with the Boys and Girls Club, we're still not getting that. We're saying that we're willing to invest renovating the kitchen. And so there weren't just that, like, you know, churches were like, oh, we're flush with cash and we don't need your cash. It was that, like, in a lot of these options, it was going to entail renovation projects, construction related projects to make these sites, as I remember it, viable. And so, but already I think we've discussed this too extensively for something that is not on the agenda. And so I would say that, like, let's get some indication from the board of directors for the Boys and Girls Club that they would be interested in exploring this, and then we can, you know, just having continuing the conversation, and then I think it would be, we could then say, okay, this is worth our time to discuss it more thoroughly, and worth maybe staff time to explore, like, you know, what would be the cost and timeline of renovating the kitchen, and is that the only, like, sort of issue, like, is there no other issue that makes the site viable in this situation, and yeah, and so again, if it becomes a point where it's like, oh yeah, we could switch them back like 6 months before MCC comes online, MPCC comes online, then I think, you know, obviously to the Vice Mayor's comment about diminishing returns, but if it's some longer period, you know, and then you know, it might be more viable, but, you know, it's just not the permitting agency, again, because in this case we are the permitting agency, but it's just, you know, having a crew, you know, lots of people are doing renovation projects, and I know this assistant city attorney is going to tell me that we're too deep into this, and so we're going to move on.
That's exactly right.
Okay, totally fair. All right.
Thank you.
Okay, no. So Councilmember Taylor, I think I thought, did you have another item, or did you go through?
I wanted to actually, before we report out for the Community Amenities Subcommittee, just to follow up with the city manager first. So we can, if you're okay with that, Vice Mayor Nash, if we could follow up with the city manager and then report out at the next meeting.
That sounds great.
Okay, any other council member reports? Councilmember Willison.
Yeah, I just wanted to make the public aware that the state of California, the Assembly and the State Senate have, I think during this meeting, voted to extend the statewide eviction moratorium, and it's headed for the governor's desk, who's indicated that he will be signing that. So my previous council member report about an interest in a citywide eviction moratorium, I am not doing that anymore. So I just wanted to close the loop on that request. Thank you.
Yes, saw that announcement. Okay, any other council member reports? Does the city manager have a report before we adjourn?
I do not, except to remind everybody that we do have the housing workshop July 1st, which, can you believe it, is on Thursday. So join in.
Councilmember, Vice Mayor Nash.
And we've got a study session on redistricting tomorrow, which is really important for everyone to get involved.
Yeah, thanks for that reminder. Okay, yeah, well, with that, I will see everyone tomorrow, and this meeting is adjourned.